Oh yeah, we're doing mains, aren't we? Also, look at what I've been doing. You can notice that what my job is, or class, it always says class. Even though, like, the majority of what you are throughout the game are jobs, but they can't use jobs because there's still classes in the game. And they can't roll that shit back at all. Not unless you, like, fuck around and redo, ARR. Anyways, let's get out of Scholar because I'm not doing Scholar, and yeah, we were doing Warrior. Nope. Where is it? New Game Plus. Continue. Oh, I cannot execute the command while mounted. Oh. Mounted, not grounded. Oh yeah, because it has to do this, right? There we go. New Game Plus mode. A power in slumber. So we're going to wait. Where are we going? Oh, we're going. Okay. Yeah, sorry. I have to take a look for a second. I'm like, okay, so you go here and then you wait. Wait, that's probably to the Doman Enclave, isn't it? And it's like, yes, of course that's to the Doman Enclave. Why wouldn't it be to the wait. Was it in here? Yeah, I think it was in here. Hold on. Lord Heian is expecting you. Lord Heian is offering you a quest. Settled then. I will journey to Azim Steep with the Scions. Yugiri and Hakuro. I leave you and other neighbors to you. Okay, whatever. My apologies, but I won't be joining you. I'm no aetherologist, and what skills I do possess are unlikely to be in any great use to the mission, but most importantly, it seems to me, oh yeah, it would seem to me that I keep forgetting to put up Skelly. At least you didn't see anybody chat, but Skelly gets to be important. Always forgetting about Skelly. Ruins of whatever. And so, while you're away securing the energy source, I will engage our friends at Galmald Ironworks, or Garland Island Works, to undertake a complete overhaul of fuel generators. We'll need them in good working condition if we plan to succeed. I trust there are no objections? Come on, Alice, could you not get Tataru to do it? It shows she loved the burn, joking aside. I was planning on enlist her help with organizing everything, but we still need a Scion on the ground. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll manage without me. Good luck! Yes, good luck. Just 3 of us then. Well, shall we make first a reunion? Yes, we shall go to reunion. Now, tonight's stuff might actually end early because I don't want to start Shadowbringers until next week. But at the same point in time, I've only given myself a little bit of days to do everything. Hold on. Reunion. Which one's oh, there. I was looking at the zones and then my mind didn't click about where I needed to go. So this is Zanzim Steep. The tales do not do it justice. If you think the views impressive here, wait till you reach higher ground. Actually, seeing as your first visit, permit me to show you my favorite spot. Is it a cutscene? Is it a cutscene spot? Of course it's a cutscene spot. There we go.
I will never tire of this vista. The endless fields, the boundless skies.
Remember,
Tis a
this is
sight
where
to
we
make a
first
man
met
forget
Ian.
his cares.
But not his purpose, I trust. Might this be a fitting moment to tell us what we are doing here?
Of course. During my time with the mole, I learned some few myths of this land. One goes thus. In the distant past, when all seemed doomed, a wayfaring soul came unto the steppe. Venturing into the northern crag, he received of Nama a sliver of her essence, a shard of the shining moon, and with it clove the tainted land from the earth. The end thus averted, to these fields did the wayfaring soul return, and venturing once more into the northern crag, he buried the shard, and made unto the heavens an offering of blood.
A storm of blood? Wait, what?
A tainted land cloven from the earth and an offering of blood to the heavens. Azizlar and Dalamud.
Huh.
That was my thinking, yes.
What if these legends were true and based upon something?
And you believe that yonder mountains hide an artifact possessed of sufficient power to raise Azizlar up to the heavens? I suppose that might suffice.
Hey, doesn't that mean that's happened in like
Worth
the
a closer look, would you
third
say?
or umbral era? Wait, astral. Yeah, astral era.
I would.
I'm still not sure like how long. Well, eras seem to last various degrees of time, but I still don't know like how long ago. Well, sorry, I do have the lore book. I could look that up. From here, we should talk with the mole. There reminds Karina about the particulars of the myth. Raise matter of alliance for Elizabeth about this, whatever. Oh. Actually, before I get further started, because I was playing as a, healer, I need to make that switch. Bum 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 bum. Alright, flying the plane into the building with no survivors. Wait, I'm a survivor. Never mind. Ah, Ian, Theresa, I'm glad you made your visit. An opportunity to welcome a new friend. How may we serve you? There's a matter I'd like to discuss with the mole. It concerns not only the people of the steppe, but every land in the Far East. We're trying to make a barrier to prevent an invasion. A shard of the shining moon left behind by a wayfaring soul, and you need this to protect our lands? I do. My friends and I wish to find the shard and ascertain the extent of its power. Will you let me know where it lies in this northern crag? If you wish, it's the mountains to the north. There's a cavern called the House of the Crooked Coin. Inside the cavern are pillars of stone, which legend holds to be the source of Naram's power. There, I believe you'll find what you seek. Ah, yes, I know the place. The brisk walk from here. What are your thoughts on the alliance? Should the Empire return, our lands be engulfed in a storm conflict, whether we will it or no. If we do not stand together, we will fall apart. This I believe with all my heart, however... Among the tribes of the steppe, there is one who revere Nam above all else. To them, the pillars are sacred and do not to be disturbed. If should you propose, such tribes are like to spur an alliance, prompting others to follow their example. That is my concern. But it is by no means certain that the pillars will provide the power you seek. Ere you risk the ire of followers of Nam, might you first visit? Hello, TK. Digs out for JRPGs. Oh, kind of. MMO JRPGs. Follows Nam, you might find a visit to the House of the Crooked Coin. If all else you hope, you might consider how best to earn their blessing. If you think a council, we will do as you suggest and not have give offense. Thank you from the Senate. The moment my reign over the steppe today, decision will shape the days to come, and will not be forced others into a war against their will. Now, nor we, 100-fold stronger are those who choose to fight on their own accord. Okay, I'm pretty sure there was only 4 quests left in this entire thing. The Will of the Moon. It seems the time's come to put my skills to use. Pray lead your way to the House of the Crooked Coin. Yeah. I did a thing. Now while they walk, I'll fly. Look at all these mysterious towers. This seems like a talkie cutscene. Just by the camera angles.
Such an abundance of ether.
There's so much of it.
Are we in luck?
Are we?
We are. This is an Allegan artifact, most likely built to regulate the flow of ether. I strongly suspect the ancients used it to stem the flow from here to the burn. That would explain how they were able to untether what became Aziz's La from its surroundings. But were we to throw open the floodgates, the resultant deluge would surely be sufficient to raise our wall. And in restoring the flow, we may also restore life to the wasteland.
Ooh, we're gonna solve 2 problems at once. Wait, that doesn't mean that the burn was created because they raised Aziz's Law? Is that what the game is suggestion?
What is it?
While the device itself harbors a surfeit of ether, the opposite is true of the surrounding area.
What do you mean?
An effect of regulation, perhaps. A similar phenomenon seemed to be occurring in Doma. Whatever the explanation, the answer will not reveal itself here. We have seen what we needed to see. Let us return to Mol Ilo.
Alright. We came here just so we can go back down. God. You found what you seek? Great indeed. The Dust Mother's power. If not else to survive to protect our land, the blessing of other tribes must now be sought. But of course, but which tribes should we appeal? There are many who worship Nam, but none so fervent in the faith as the Dothra. Their consent shall be key. Oh God. Dothri, Dothal, I at least spoke of them. A warlike tribe possess a unique custom and belief. I sense that cooperation will not be easily won. Ah, nay, but it will be well worth the effort. Dothal fear nothing. Death least of all, and our alliance will be greatly strengthened by the presence. Let us go to Dothal Ka and treat kindly with the Khatan. Yes, I too shall go. On to the other. Wait, actually, no. We'll just do this. I forgot that I ended up unlocking this, so it'll make the journey a lot faster. Like, this is an area that they added like in a patch that I guess is a crafter thing, but like I never did it. I assume it has something to do with like the Doman Enclave stuff, but because I don't have really any crafting up anywhere near high enough, see, like 60 blacksmith, and that's only because of some other shit, but nothing else is anywhere near as high. You again, as you seek, last night, quite the opposite, in fact. We want your blessing. Talking, always talking. You say the pillars hold great power. Of course they do. That is source of Nom's strength. To the Dothal, no place is more sacred and will make ash of anyone who defile it, though it seems is not your wish. You see the wisdom in a proposition, then you'll join hands with us? I said nothing of joining hands. You will will Nom's power to the defense of these lands, and this I'll allow, but leaving the step to fight the men in iron will be something I would have something in return. Which is... namely battle with you, Kagan. What? Why? The Nodum ended ere it began. I would face you again, alone, without distraction. Defeat me, prove yourself stronger, and you shall have the Dothal as your allies. Surely these are the agreed upon terms. Well, it's not wholly unexpected turn of events, though I have to assume I would be one required to fight. Alas, the Khatun has made a choice. Okay, you wanna fuck? You wanna fight? Sure. Hi, it shall be a battle of the steppe, and shall no sin to forget. Alas, my soul burns brighter. Prepare yourself, Kagan, and wait for me outside the car. I will gather my witnesses to join you anon. Here you go, the destination. This fucking thing is a fuck. Okay, we're not doing very easy, we're doing normal. Please ignore why it was on very easy. I'm not gonna talk about that. Toki. At least I'm pretty sure I picked the right one.
Yes!
Yeah.
This spot shall serve as well as any. I shall enjoy this Han.
Han. Okay, so I guess that's how you
Is this truly necessary? Have you no peaceable way of making decisions?
Fuck you, cat girl. I
Speak not
do
of
what I
peace.
say.
You stand before proud warriors of the Dothal. In the heat of battle do our souls burn brightest. We lay low the strong that we may rise higher. That is our way. The way of might. There is no other.
Oh, they do not want for conviction.
Tuh.
Indeed. It's what makes them such dangerous enemies and such useful allies.
Enough talk! It is time to fight!
Ooh, listening to this, I was like, oh, the fucking little glowy orb makes a sound when it turns on. Of course, now I'm level 70. Wait, hold on. Okay, come on, let's do it. Let's dance. Fucking. Wow. You're just going down pretty fucking fast. Let me just fail cleave you 40 times? Can I just fail cleave you 40 times? Yes. Tuh. Yeah, I'll just do that. Oh no, she got back up. Damn, I just basically blew my load out too early.
In death do our souls sing!
Oh god. Wait, hold on. I can fail cleave. In death do our souls sing. Oh, got another one.
In death do our souls sing!
Boink. Can you stay down? No. Well, hold on. Oh, come on. Okay, hold on. No. Wait. Wait. Do these things just not... Do these things not die? Fuck you. I'm gonna punch you in the gut. I'm asking you to please just stop, ma'am. Stop. You know what? Fine. Spell cleave. Spell cleave.
In death do our souls
Spell
sing!
cleave. Spell cleave. Easy. Easy peasy. And there we go. My arms grow heavy, my eyes dim. But as long as my lifeblood flows, I will fight on. Can you please? You want to pause? You want to take a break? Oh. Cool. She summons Meteor. I have no bullshit.
In death do our souls sing!
You know what? I'm just gonna aim for her and then pray that Fell Cleave or that fucking inner release goes out for cooldown. There we go. Never mind. We fine. I think I had a tough time doing this for the first time.
Yes! Not since the Nardum has my soul burned so!
You're gonna get yourself killed, ma'am.
Come, we have only just begun.
Really?
Enough! You were not granted leave to set the steppe ablaze.
Oh, hello. What are you doing here?
Well, well, the sun has come out to play.
Be gone, Moonstruck Oranir! I am busy!
Bah, I'm busy! Can't you see I keep getting jobbed?
Fool of a Dothal! Have you forgotten the face of your master already? The sun will never set! From his seat on high, he reigns over all, now and forever.
Oh dear. It's like Y'shtola's tired of this crap.
Yet what should he find here but a battle to determine the fate of the steppe? A battle waged without his blessing. This will not stand. You, Doman! You who come to petition the warriors of this land, forget that all Nama's children are wards of the Orinir. As first among my brothers, your petition is mine alone to judge.
Yeah, whatever.
Ugh, these words are as wind from a horse's backside. Plentiful, but your axe sings more sweetly. Let her speak for you.
Your words are but a fart. A horse's fart. A big horse fart.
Child, you will learn your place.
A horse farts a lot. That's all I take from that sentence. Nope.
Forgive me, Brother Magni, but we have an arrangement with the Dothal. We will not abide any interruptions.
Hey kids, do you want to play as Y'shtola?
So be it. The sun will pass judgment on all. Didakul, join me.
The sun is in good company. We may dance alone.
Beg not for mercy, for you will have none. Bear
Yep.
witness to the power and the glory of Azim!
Sure. Whatever.
Constantly at each other's throats like rabid dogs. Gods, I'm turning into her. I have not the patience for this. But if we must fight, let us at least be brief. Come.
It's time to play as Y'shtola. Oh god, I forgot about this. So, god, it's Aereo and just stones. That's all you get, Aereo and stones. We should also make sure that because she's a white mage. Finally, instead of being a weird conjurer.
Kneel or die!
No, I'm gonna. Okay. They focus on Magni. No, I'm gonna. You're gonna die, and it's gonna feel terrible because they don't put you in a party with him. They just kind of make you go, yeah.
Bow down before me!
Hold on. I want this one so that Lord Ian, who is dying.
Kneel or die!
Oh, cool! I'm out of mana. Wait, is that legitimately just a big buff?
Mark well and learn. Concentrate.
Oh no, Lord Hand is down. Okay, you have your healing, but also I'm almost out of mana.
Heal or die!
How much did he have? Oh god! Oh god! I can't heal. Ian, please move. I don't even have healing for myself. I'm just gonna let him. I'm gonna have him chase me around for a second. Okay, now I have healing for myself.
Heal or die!
God. I think the only problem of dealing with these things is that you don't get a lot of moves.
Bow down before me!
Oh, he's doing that again.
Mark well and learn.
Ian needs help. Oh, hello! Welcome. We're doing the first of these things. I am playing as Y'shtola, the only character everybody knows from the 14, because she's in the Dissidia game. Because in the Stormblood, I introduced this shit. Dev is a fat. But actually, no. This is the perfect time for this. We're about to get probably one of the best scenes in the game.
Tremble before the sun!
What? Oh, yeah. We have to hide somewhere? Oh.
Let us be about it.
Hold on. Can I still just unga him? Oh no, chains! Predictable. Oh no. Can I break these chains? Oh no. Oh no. Now fall. Oops. Oh, that... Damn, that sucks. It's time for a quick time event. Mash the button.
Ether, to me.
Fear intensifies it. Yeah, no, he praises his son, but like, it's fine. Damn it, Avalon. Welcome.
Number 6, extra dip. Number 7, 2.
Oh, what strength, what grace is
One
this?
with cheese and a large soda.
Your level is no longer sync. Okay, we're about to get to it. Get to the good part. This entire thing is worth it for this scene that's about to happen alone. Hey, we had a fight.
Never have I felt such bliss in defeat.
They forced me to play as a different character.
Burn soul and flesh to ash. We Dothal will lend you our strength as promised. Narma's power is yours to wield.
Do, 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 do. Bum, bum, bum.
What does the sun say to that?
The sun is not driven by base motives
You
such
suck.
as yours.
No, I don't. I beat them.
But they have
They
been
suck.
judged. and found worthy.
Yeah!
It is the way of the Oranir to accord recognition and respect to the strong. You have
We're
made
plenty
sufficient
strong.
proof of your strength. The sun shall answer your call.
You have our thanks. We are glad to call you allies.
You? By what are you called?
Here we go.
Y'shtola, why?
Are you my Nama?
I beg your pardon?
Hmm?
In battle, you shone with all the majesty of the full moon's light. Your healing touch, the embodiment of the Dusk Mother's love.
There we go. There we go.
Long had I wondered if my Nama might not be a woman of the steppe. Beholding you, I am all but certain. Now, look into my eyes. Could it be? Could you be?
I am. Not interested, little son. Try again when you've become a man.
Little?
Little.
Little son! Little son!
You call me little. I'm big. I'm a big man.
Does it pain you, little son? Crave you salve to soothe the ache? Fire to sear the wound in your heart?
And then they do battle again.
We have wasted enough time here. Siren awaits for word of our success.
We're out. Best scene in all of Stormblood. Always worth it. Always worth it. Bum 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 bum. It's the only thing that makes this entire expansion worth it. Just fucking Y'shtola turning down someone. You had only contend with Sadu, but the Magni too? Such a fierce battle must have been. Yet where you stand triumphant, having passed the test and not deny you their allegiance. The Maul will make no such demands. Weak though we were, or are, we will gladly stand beside you. The steppe is our home, and we'll defend it with all our being. Have you heartfelt thanks of all the tribes of the steppe? There's no okay, whatever. God's willing, we can. This doesn't matter. We got to the main part, which is making Magni into a little bitch. We got consent. Now it's time to Nama's power to use. If the Aether flow is planned, then all that means is we have to for the Ironworks engineers to do their work at the ruins. Come, let's finish Ritta's turn to the House of the Crooked Coin. Yeah. Whoops. Fuck. Man, I kind of like how this game looks on the OLED. Like, there's just certain areas like this that look really good. Same thing with actually Ul'dah. Like, the deserts actually look really, really fucking good. I'm almost tempted just to see how like World of Warcraft would kind of look in certain areas on this, but then that means like giving Blizzard money or playing on a private server, and I don't want to do either. I've put WoW behind me. And now we're going to take this, we're going to activate it, and then we're going to build a wall. Well, erect a wall. Vroom, vroom, vroom. We unclogged the pipeline.
Did it work?
What do you think?
It did. Ether may flow freely to the burn once more.
Yay. Happy. Alright, thank you guys. Now as much of the rest is in order, should make haste back to the Enclave. Great, the others may have already returned from their missions. I would like to know how things stand. As would I. Without further ado then. Boop, 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 bop. Boop, boop, bop. Alizé at the Enclave. Doop. Boop, boom, bop. Doop, boop, bop. Boop, boop, bop. Boop, boop, bop. And down. Whoops. Lord Heen is expecting me to show you inside, sure. Oh, this is a non-talkie. Judged by your triumph, expecting to take all we want on the unseen step. Yep, we secured a suitable source of energy for the barrier. Good. Tataru and I commissioned Garland Ironworks to ensure that the field generates function as they should. A team of engineers stand ready to set out to the burn at a moment's notice. You only need to say the word. I thank you for engaging their service on behalf. The minutiae of the arrangement you may leave to me. Which just leaves a small matter of our alliance. So, Yugiri and Hakuro, how fare you with our neighbors? My lord, all factions we approached in agreement with the Empire poses a threat, and many responded positively to talks of an alliance. For Hinagashi to Suiso Sato, however, receive outright rejections. The former will not break its treaty with the Empire, and the latter will not involve itself in conflict. Just as we expected. However, there's not to be done about it. We must focus on the rest. To each nation that were amenable to an alliance, I will personally send a missive. And once I've intended to that, I believe we have done everything we can to fortify Doma's defenses, for the time being at least. All of which means I may leave the meeting in Alamigo with a light heart. Yugiri, Hakuro, would you like be so kind to hold down my fort in the absence? Sure. My friends, we could have not achieved so much in so little time without your help. For that, I give you my heartfelt thanks to the meeting then. Let's go. I took liberty asking Thancred to attend as well. He should be arriving at Alamigan Quarter by now. Then let us not keep him waiting, shall we? Yep. And as far as I know, this is the last bit of Doma stuff for this portion of the game. I don't remember having to go back to Doma in 4.5. I think everything pretty much takes place in Alamigo. Especially when we're leading up to Shadowbringers. Because we're about to get our first taste in like a moment. You surely told me all. I duty told your Anjay and Kryle. Kryle in particular was concerned about Alphino, but I assured her that everything can be done is being done. She agreed to continue with her own tasks for the time being, on the condition that I contact them the moment there is any development. And so that leaves the four of us to attend the council. Arvald is here to assist with security, incidentally, though the poor lad seems altogether too distracted for the task. Another one missing Alphino as expected. But it's almost time. As soon as you're ready, present yourself to the guardsmen at the palace entrance. I shan't be too far behind. Ah, you're here. Would you like to go? Upon proceeding to the royal palace, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in its entirety. Yes, I will, because these scenes are important. Primarily to what Shadowbringers is.
Mistress Lys, Commander Aldin, it gives me great pleasure to formally welcome the city-state of Alamigo to the Eorzean Alliance.
Yay! Clap, 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 clap.
The
clap.
pleasure is ours, Your Grace. I know I speak for all Alamegans when I say that we are glad of this chance to stand with our comrades of the Alliance.
Mm-hmm.
And we, for our part, are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and
Damn
new.
it, now I'm remembering about her fucking upside-down cow necklace.
Lord Hien of Doma, at your service. Pray, accept my heartfelt thanks for your generous invitation.
I hate Ermin for
Nay,
making me think
'tis we who must thank you for journeying so far. And 'twould be remiss of me not to acknowledge the part the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have played in bringing all of us together.
We're all here together. We're all going to do it.
In times of great unrest, you and yours have been our constant companions, without whom we would not be here.
With apologies to Lord Hien and Mistress Alize, it occurs to me that we have not gathered in this way since that fateful day in Uldar.
Oh, remember that?
The day I lost my arm and my freedom. As I lay in my cell, never did I dream that I would one day be given the chance to represent my homeland at this council. I would not even be alive had you not plucked me from the jaws of death. You, Yugiri, and Alphino. Would that the lad could be with us.
Yeah, true. He would totally be with... Oh no, we made my
I too owe my presence here to Alphino.
We made
in
her
so many
his sister
ways.
sad.
Until such time as he returns, I mean to carry on his good work as best I can.
I don't know what diplomacy is, says Alize. I will try. Why don't you
Come,
fight?
friends. Let us leave the
Fight
past
for
in the
your
past and turn
freedom.
our eyes to the future. My Lord Hien, pray, tell us how things stand in the east.
And then they talked.
Having heard the rumors of dissent in Garlemald, I dared to dream of a peaceable solution.
The Empire will not so easily change its ways. If the Garleans have a mind to take back Doma and Alamigo, we'll be hard-pressed to stop them, even with the might of 6 nations. But while we lack the strength to fight the tide, a course may yet present itself, if we read the winds aright.
We might be able to exploit a
The
civil
winds
war.
suggest but one course to me.
Or descent.
One which leads from the sea unto the river and thence to the source of all our woes.
The Ascians.
Indeed. All here have felt their blighted touch. It was the bringers of chaos who nurtured the Archbishop's tyrannical ambitions.
Chaos?
They
wish I had a
who
button
bestowed
so I
upon
can
him
play
the
Chaos.
secrets of
Maybe
summoning
after
as
I
they
get
have so many others before and
the
since.
HDMI thing,
And while they remain,
the GameCube,
shall
I'll
know
maybe try
no
to save up
peace.
next for a freaking
Our objective is clear.
Stream Deck.
The question is how
So I
to
can just
achieve
press.
it.
I can press the
Our
Chaos
enemy
button anytime
parades
Chaos
about in
pops up.
Xenos' skin poses problems in itself, but ere we get to them, how are we to infiltrate the Empire and get close enough to strike?
Start a war?
While I see the wisdom in targeting the Ascians, an assassination attempt on Garlean soil would do little to aid our cause, even were it to succeed. It's time we used our enemy's preferred tactic: subterfuge.
You have an idea?
Speak your mind, Master Thancred. None here know the enemy better than the Scions, and you mayhap best of all.
You were possessed.
Whatever it is you propose, we will give it fair hearing. On that you have my word.
Very well, Admiral. My proposal is thus. We dispatch the shinobi to Imperial territory. There, they sow the rumor that the Crown Prince perished in the battle for Alamigo, and that the man parading around is in fact a corpse inhabited by a servant of darkness.
Basically telling the truth. Oh, wow. Spreading rumors?
Well,
Even
it
truthful
does have the
ones?
ring of truth about it. And were the Garleans to learn that their future ruler is a puppet, the Empire would be shaken to the core.
But at the risk of sounding stupid, would they actually believe such an unlikely story? I didn't.
Ordinarily not. But prior to his miraculous recovery, rumors of Xenos' death had already begun to circulate around the Empire.
So it could be
Ultimately,
true.
However, what the masses believe is not our chief concern. Our true objective is to create an opening for rival factions within Garlemald to exploit.
just as a war of succession erupted in the wake of Emperor Solus's death.
Exactly.
A war which raged until but recently, plunging the Imperial House into disarray as nephew and uncle grappled for the throne. It is no coincidence that one of Varus's first acts as Emperor was to name Xenos heir apparent, family feuds being so tiresome when armies are involved. Not all welcomed his choice of successor, however. There is no shortage of individuals who aspire to the throne, who would jump at any chance to seize power. The news that Xenos is not only dead, but a puppet to diabolical forces would be too enticing to ignore.
But at this point, like, barely anybody really know about the Ascians. They kind of, like, they wouldn't know. Most people don't know about the Ascians outside of, like, the leaders of nations and, like,
With a
the
team of operatives
Scions.
gathered from among the Alliance's finest, the plan should have a reasonable chance of success.
Doma already has shinobi in place throughout the provinces. We stand ready to act, and act we must. What say you all?
Politics.
I'm for Master Thancred's proposal. We shine a light upon the Ascian and test the Empire's unity. 'Twas his plot that scuttled Doma's negotiations, was it not? Why then, if we can eliminate him, there may yet be a chance for peace. Let us wage this war of subterfuge, that we may one day lay down our arms. Gods know we never will while the Ascians remain.
Yeah. Oh shit.
That way. Sorrow.
Hmm? Why am I getting a massive headache? Oh no. Where the hell am I?
History must be changed.
Who are you? Are you a person that didn't have a voice actor before?
Looms a calamity. Ahead looms light, expunging all form and life.
Eh? But like
Twin
good.
dooms only you can forestall. Only you.
What's the matter?
Hmm? Oh no, it's affected everyone.
There's a voice.
Spies in our midst?
No.
Nay, I sense no such presence.
Let expanse contract. Eon become instant. Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Huh? I'm fine though. Oh, it went away. Well, Shola and Alizé are fine.
Over?
And then Thancred died. Whoop.
Master Thancred!
Whoop.
12 for Fend. Bear him to a private chamber. Have every healer make ready. Swiftly!
What happened? We don't know.
Master Thancred remains in slumber. Though his vital signs appear stable, he's unresponsive.
What could have done this? And why just him and not the others?
I'm afraid we could not identify the cause, my lady. Our examinations revealed no wounds, nor the presence of any poisonous substances.
Gods, that only makes it worse. You're to let us know the moment there's any change, all right?
Thank you for coming. Knowing Thancred, he would apologize for being otherwise engaged at so crucial a juncture.
In gifting us a course of action, Thancred sowed the seed of all that is to follow. We have but to nurture it as best we can. Now, the matter of the mysterious voice must not be forgotten. Will you tell me exactly what happened?
Alizé and I heard a voice in the moments before Thancred collapsed. It was accompanied by a severe headache, as if something were clutching at our minds. Did you experience the same thing?
No. Yes.
So, in between the voice and the pain, you felt as if you were somewhere else entirely.
Yeah.
Your testimony confirms my suspicion. That which you experienced was, I believe, your soul being plucked from your flesh.
What?
Called.
Cold.
Cold? Cool. Is that the thing that you do in poker?
I myself examined Thancred.
He has no soul.
Reach out as I may, I could not sense in him the spark of life that is his soul.
What? Nani?
That Thancred alone was stricken so is likely due to his heightened sensitivity to the effects of ether. A consequence of his prior possession by the Ascian, La Hebrea. The owner of the voice, whoever it may be, reached out to you, called your souls, and in so doing, caused you and yours such pain.
But if that's true, where exactly are we being called to?
I know not. Yet one thing is plain. Whoever waits for you on the other side is possessed of a power unlike any I have ever known.
Forgive us, Lys, but may we leave Thancred in your care for a time?
Sure.
As if you had to ask. I may not be a scion anymore, but I'm no less a friend. Don't worry. I'll see
I
to
mean,
it
you
that
got
Banquet's
rid of
well
me,
looked
but
after.
at the same point
Just
in
focus on
time, I would
solving this
love to
mystery,
come back
all
and
right?
join you.
Thank you, Lise. As the Elder Seedseer says, 'tis no ordinary individual we are dealing with. Nor can we discount the possibility of Ascian involvement.
Whoever or whatever is behind this, the sooner we find out, the better.
It could be an evil person. Or it could be no one. It could be a good person as well. Alright. Just tried to call in John and Link Pearl didn't respond, but I dare hope that it possesses some knowledge we do not. Uranje, something happened during the meeting. Thancred's collapsed and this embodied voice suddenly started. What? But we should talk about this in person. Alright, we'll meet you there. That was Uranje. He heard the voice too. And Thanalin? As we are alone and afflicted in the meeting, I have suspicions, but the voice spoke to Uranje. There can be little doubt. The scions were targeted specifically. And by whom and what is that question? One must find an answer if all possible. You've learned the emote Endure. You've learned Grit Teeth. Uranje agreed to meet us at the Rising Stones. If there's any heard a voice, we should find out soon enough. Yes. Good luck. I should get back to the meeting with the Elder Seedseer, but if there's anything I can do, anything at all, you must let me know. Promise? Yeah, promise. Alright, let's be on our way. Were you just teleporting? Hell yeah, I love it when you just teleport me, video game. There's Hoary Boulder. There's a gorge. Damn, why am I tired?
Uranje! Gods, it's good to see you.
Would that our meeting were under happier circumstances. I judged the voice sufficient cause for concern even before you sent word of its effect on our comrade.
You heard it too, then?
You heard it?
Aye. And all but certainly at the selfsame instant. Alas, pained as I was, I could make little sense of what few words did then reach mine ears.
Who do you think is responsible? Could this be the Ascians doing?
No, it doesn't seem like it.
That I cannot say. Not when so little is known. Ere I indulge in speculation, I would examine Thancred with mine own eyes.
To Alamigo, then, without further delay.
Again? But we just got here.
One other thing. During my visit to the Far East, I observed a strange phenomenon.
Thou referrest, I presume, to the localized reduction in etheric density.
Well, that spares me the trouble of an explanation. Yes, I noted precisely that at two apparently unconnected locations. I take it the phenomenon is not limited to the Far East.
Indeed not. Of late, our agents charged with surveilling the beast tribes have spoken of little else. In every corner of the realm, they tell of places in which the ether hath grown thin. Naturally, my suspicions first turned to primal activity, but the areas thus affected betray no evidence of summoning. I must confess to being quite perplexed.
If the same phenomenon is being observed in multiple locations on opposite sides of the world, we may safely discount regional factors. Needless to say, this warrants further investigation.
Is it really opposite side of the world? I mean...
Indeed,
then again, we don't know
I shall make it my task
how big Hydaelyn really is. Huh?
The voice. It calleth to me once more.
And only you? Oh!
I hear it too.
And there it goes for fun.
Only you. Only you.
No! Ishtola! Urianger!
Throw wide the gates.
Well, we're fine. Yeah, no, it's...
No. No, this can't be happening!
And there goes Y'shtola and Urianger.
Y'shtola!
I forgot how
Urianger!
back
Open
to
your
back
eyes.
these are.
Open your eyes, I beg you!
You need Cryle.
Say something! Anything! Not again. Please, not again.
No. They've had their souls ripped from their body. So their bodies are still living and breathing, but they have no souls now. Oh, forgive me. That was oh god, fucking fast. It happened before your very eyes, my lady. None here would behave any differently. Yeah, kind of like that. We have borne the two of them to the private chamber, but tell me, is it true that Master Thancred languishes in this state in Alamigo? I'm afraid so, though given the circumstances, it seemed best to observe them together. I will send word to Lise that he should be brought here. Take heart, my lady. The world's full of scholars and knowledgeable folks of every persuasion. Someone out there is bound to know what ails our comrades and how it may be cured. Thus, we will rouse them, no matter what. That we will, Hori, that we will. First things first, our comrades will have the question. May I ask you to explain the situation to them? I must attend to a private matter. Oh, I promise I visit someone in Limsa Lamensa. He's been waiting at the Maelstrom Command for a while now. You know, you should come along too. I think he'd be glad to see you. I forgot how long this actually kind of takes. It's like, we went pretty fast, and then it became kind of slower towards this. Like, here's a bunch of cutscenes. I don't know what that song was, but hopefully it wouldn't give me DMCA claimed. Alright. As you probably guess, is Gabu we've come to see. The private here will bring him to us. Ever since the Maelstrom took him in, I've been trying to visit as often as I can. But even after what befell our friends, I was taking the urge to visit again. It's difficult to explain. We gotta go visit Gabu.
Here he is, my lady.
Hey, Gabu. Are you still in your special place?
Gabu, it's been too long.
I'm afraid there's been no change. If he can see or hear us, he has given no sign.
I see. You're still fighting. I'm proud of you.
Well, I'm out of here.
We promised that we would come and visit you together, didn't we? Alphino and I. I'm sorry that we haven't managed that yet. You know, with the three of us like this, does it not remind you of that night? Of the stars beyond count twinkling in the heavens?
Remember like 2 months ago when we did that? Wait, was it a month ago?
I was feeling pretty low back then.
I don't know. It's been a while.
Powerless.
Remember when we met Alize?
My brother was close by if I needed him, and that the others would be waiting for me back at the Rising Stones. Not like now.
Everybody's gone. There's only you and me.
I've seen my share of trouble since coming to Eorzea. Been reminded again and again of my limitations, of how little I can change about this world. And I've come to know the sorrow of parting all too well.
I don't like Captain's out.
But to have the people I hold dear struck down before my eyes, and be powerless to help them, that I cannot bear.
You still have me, the Warrior of Light.
And for that I am grateful. I don't know what I would do without you. Well, that's more than enough brooding for one day.
Yep. See,
Come
unlike
on.
other people,
We
I
have
can learn to
friends to
not
save.
brood. I'm not emo. I'm not emo at all. Or goth. Ah. Oop. So let's head back to the Rising Stones. Right? Let's return to the Rising Stones. We have to have this little cutscene, so it's fine. Alright. Prelude and Violent completed. Or about to be. We only have one patch that was split up into 2 parts left after this. Yet the second half is somewhat short, but has a lot to it. Like, there's only 2 quests in 4.5 or 4.55, but they're like still long as fuck quests. It is something thinking on the way back and thinking Hori was right. We need to seek outside help. Ordinarily, we return to our own experts as the matter, but they're both among the stricken. I will begin reaching out to Marauder guilds and research institutions here in Eorzea. Additionally, Grandfather and Minfilia had a wealth of connections between them. And I mean to explore them avenues too. We'll find a way to save everyone. Mark my words. Much more has happened in recent days. Some of it good and some of it not so. But all around me, people continue their fight. From the shinobi who serve for Alphino to the Alliance members who make ready to move against the Empire. They march in the face of great adversity, but bearing heavy burdens, everyone's playing their part, and so must I. You have your own part to play, I know, and it's bigger than most, so I won't keep you. Just promise to visit from time to time. I'll promise to have a good tidings to share with you when you do. Now, is this meanwhile in the Empire scene? Are we going to see motherfucker? Is it time? I think it might be time. Yes! It is time! Wait. I'm pretty sure this is a cutscene. Depends upon whether or not this is voiced.
The Populares no longer present an obstacle.
I'm gonna set
Now
this
is the
down.
time to bring the Empire's might to bear. A word from your radiance is all it takes. But one word, and the
set this
Imperial
down.
army will fall upon Alamigo as a pack of
happy.
bloodthirsty wolves and tear that feeble nation apart. you no words for me? Despite the lengths I go to, an emissary playing the part of a fool. When first I took this face, I swore to use all of my knowledge, all of my power, to further the cause of the Empire. My deeds stand testament to my commitment. And with this adamant flesh at my disposal, I could destroy the Icon Slayer as easily as one might swat a fly. Why do you hesitate?
I mean, technically, the body did not kill me, but fuck it.
Our enemy is resourceful. Though victory is certain now, it will not remain so indefinitely. Deliberate if you must, but be quick about it. We'll speak again when you have unburdened yourself of doubt. Until then, I take my leave, Father.
Boo, boo. Do, 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 do.
I should be the one to sigh.
He's here.
I played my part to perfection. I had earned my rest, and then, thanks to La Habrea's crowning act of idiocy, our favorite emissary sees fit to summon me back. Elidibus was ever a warrior. A most tiresome trait, would you not agree? What? Have you no words for me either? No matter. I've long grown weary of this mummery. Now, my dearest grandson, let me remind you of your place in the simplest of terms. You do not make judgments, you administer them. Swiftly and to the letter. Naught else is your concern. Elidibus may be an insufferable bore, but he is no fool. His choices as emissary seldom err.
I like how both the guards are like, what the
If
fuck?
aught threatens the balance twixt light and dark, it falls to you to remove it. Be it by your own hands or by your armies, you have ample means at your disposal. That is why this empire exists. Why
Oh, now they
I built
finally
it.
put up his name as Solus Gavus.
Oh dear. Have I touched a nerve? You always were an easy one to read. I pity you, I do. As they say, ignorance is bliss. And I know how much happier you would be not knowing the things you know. The Founding Father was an Ascian, and he created the Empire solely for the purpose of sowing the seeds of chaos. Don't take it personally. I merely do my duty. To
bring about a calamity requires no small amount of power, and there is no surer way to obtain such power than by collecting powerful pawns. To that end, I have labored long and hard, and I must say I am quite pleased with my handiwork, paltry though it seems in comparison to Alag.
I have a gun.
You fiends are overfond of your own voices. Mark me, Ascian. Man is the master of his own destiny.
Such a waste of time and energy, both yours and mine. Lest you forget you are Emperor now. If you wish to spout drivel about man's destiny, save it for the masses. It will serve to give them a sense of purpose, and you pliant pieces for the game. Oh, do stop sulking, boy. You, of all people, should understand. Ours is a struggle to restore both mankind and the world to their rightful state. Viewed thus, our goals are one and the same.
There we go. The Empire was founded by an Ascian. Meanwhile, the Resistance encampment somewhere in the Empire. Whoops, I forgot about this part. We got another segment. I don't remember if this is voice. It's probably not. I don't even remember if we see this person yet. What in the world? A bunch of dead people. Dead, all dead, yet I see no wounds, no evidence of battle. Damn them, they finally used this. The Empire developed an alchemical weapon in Girabania, a gas, Black Rose it was called, and to breathe it is to breathe your last. And that's what did this? I thought the project abandoned, its vile fruit destroyed, but naught else could have wrought such an atrocity. Fools. What do they hope to gain with this butchery? Can they not see that a rule won through terror will not endure? How many more provinces must they lose? Nay, wait. This is not the work of men, but monsters, the Asians. It cannot be a coincidence their trail led us here. Their objective was never to rule, but to sow strife and discord. So a crime does indeed bear the mark of the bringers of chaos. Black Rose cannot be allowed to kill again. We must find the Asians and put an end to their plot. Who's that man? What is Alpha Node doing with that man? And those other two people? Find out when I do more of this quest line. Soul searching.
I'm glad you've come, though I'm afraid there's little in the way of good news. After you left, we reached out to both the Alchemists Guild and Stillglade Fane and attempted all manner of treatments. But the results were always the same. Whatever the answer is, it's not alchemy or conjuring. Why did it have to be Y'shtola and Urianger and not me? Out of all of us, they are the ones who could feasibly have solved this puzzle. And Elfino's still missing. Gods, it's all going wrong. Where do we even start?
A grave situation indeed. Might I be of some assistance?
It's Kryl.
Kryl! I did not think you well enough to travel.
When word reached me of the plight of our friends, I could not well stay away. As a fellow scion, not to mention your erstwhile mentor, this is one of those times you should feel free to call on me, regardless of my personal circumstances.
It's the baby.
I should have thought of that. Thank you for coming, Kryl. We would welcome your insight.
But we already know that they've been called away by their souls.
And I should be happy to provide it. Now, what's this I hear about Alphino heading into Imperial territory? That boy always did have some funny ideas. Do you remember the speech he gave when he was accepted to the Studium?
Even when Alphino's away, she shits on him.
My life's goal is naught less than the salvation of this star.
Hey, remember when Yoshi P said yes, Alphino's a Redditor? That's kind of what he means.
But the fact of the matter is, he meant every word and has lived his life accordingly.
Yes, he remains altruistic to a fault, but I'm worried he was too fixated on his goals to see the dangers, as has happened before.
You needn't be so concerned. Though his values remain the same, Alphino is not the blinkered boy he once was. Slowly but surely his eyes have been opened, thanks to a certain someone. A certain someone whom he'd be mortified to learn had heard about his little speech. Mum's the word, eh? Right, I'd better have a look at our patients. They're in the infirmary, I assume. I'll need absolute quiet, so it would be best if I did this alone.
I'm gonna give myself a stretch. Boop. Ow. Then we go from talkie to non-talkies, right? No, it seems like we're still on talkies. Just from the camera angle. The camera angles. Well, this angle kind of doesn't.
All three are in fine physical health. At a glance, I would say they were merely sound asleep. Except for the fact that I couldn't sense the slightest trace of them in their bodies. It's as if their souls have taken leave of their physical forms.
Ah, yes. The Elder Seedseer made a similar observation.
Their souls are gone.
I've read the report. When you heard this mysterious voice, you described feeling as if you were somewhere else, yes? If we assume the ether which comprises your essence is being drawn to some other place, then it may be possible to follow the trail it leaves behind, just as we did in our search for Thancred.
Sure,
I
that
wasn't around
sounds...
for that, but I can't imagine it was easy.
Oh, it wasn't. But that's no reason not to try. I will have need of Master Matoya's crystal eye if I'm even to make the attempt. So I suggest we pay her a visit.
Let's go. Babies walk with purpose. Okay, no, they didn't. Like, are you just going to transport me to Matoya's cave again? Like, no. Idleshire. Boom. Of course not. Why would they? Make jumps. Spin as they jump. Oh yeah, hey. I forgot. Yeah, we did do Alexander here. That's why there's a bubble. Look at the night sky. Look at all the mountains. The shitty, shitty mountains. You know, like after the all this shit came out to this week about Endwalker, I mean, they showed off the first dungeon, which usually they show off the second, but they're like, no, we're doing the first dungeon. I didn't watch like the entirety of that, but like hearing what it was named and where it is, I'm like, oh, I guess we're just going there first. Like I'm still not entirely sure of the flow of that game, but it's kind of weird that we're going there first. I've heard Master Matoya was something of a recluse, but this seems extreme. Still, we have the Overlooker who Sensor Chasers agrees to help us. Oh, we're just going to go inside. Yay. Like going inside. This is probably a talkie. I think every single time I visit Matoya, it's like a talkie. Wait, did I stop it or?
Come to disturb my peace again, have you? I hide myself away in a cave, and still you people insist on pestering me with your problems.
Wow, rude.
Oh, I mistook you for young what's-his-name, but I see now you're the sister. Weren't you supposed to be the lively one? I've seen happier faces at a rain-sodden burial.
Yeah,
Well, I'm sorry to dash your expectations, but the situation isn't exactly conducive to gaiety.
Ha! That's more like it. Stoller used to spit and hiss like a wildcat too. Better for a young thing like you to be filled with fire and leave the doom and gloom to your elders. Now, what exactly does this tragic situation of yours have to do with me?
Hey, our friends have their souls ripped from their body.
Master Matoya, we have need of your crystal eye once more.
This is why, like, Master Matoya just goes, fuck. Fuck.
Stoller is one of the afflicted, is she? Very well. She may be an ungrateful stray, but she's my ungrateful stray, and I'll not see her buried before I am.
That sounds kind of racist, but we'll allow it. I mean, she is a cat girl and all, but calling her a stray seems kind of fucked. Here's the eyeball.
Right. Let us see what we can see. I'll begin from where our friends first fell, and cast my senses out from there.
So, rising stone. Let's go from the rising stone.
What is it? Did you find them?
This doesn't make sense. How is it even possible?
Oh.
How is what possible? Kryl, what did you see?
The threads, they just ended. And no, I didn't lose track of them. I followed them as far as they went. It's as if they were cut off.
Could the ether have dissipated if it had? Oh gods! Their bodies are just husks. It's like the broodmother's daughter all over again.
No, this is different. The Kalyana girl was already dead, body and soul, when Lakshmi affected her resurrection.
Aye, let's not jump to conclusions. If their physical forms yet breathe and show no signs of wasting, then it follows that their souls must still be intact somewhere.
Yeah, somewhere.
But where?
That's the question, isn't it, girl? Death has not taken them to the ethereal sea, yet there are no tracks left for us to follow.
Where could they be? Where could they be? Maybe they're not even in this plane of existence anymore.
We're no closer to an answer than when we started. But knowing their souls are still out there is progress of a sort. We just have to keep looking. Pray.
Ring, ring.
Excuse me a moment.
Ring, ring.
Yes? I remember, but... What, to Alamigo? We're on our way.
Hmm?
That was Lee's. Apparently, a group of Populares have defected to Alamigo, and Maxima, the envoy Alphino left with, is one of them.
Ah.
I'm sorry. I realize we've barely begun here, but...
Go, child, go! You've made up your mind, and life's too short for dithering.
I'll do some digging in the meantime and see if there isn't some other method we could use to continue the search.
Let's be off then.
It's now time for Theresa and Alize's adventure. Wait, room.
Oh, not again. The enchantment barely seems to take these days. I chalk it up to old age, but I rather doubt it's that simple.
Before they took ill, Y'shtola and Urianger were sharing notes on a thinning of the ether. It seems to be happening all over.
Yeah, I kind of forgot about this part, and I understand
Does it
why it
now?
happens.
And here I was, all set to blame my woes on that creaking mountain of refuse clogging up the Thaliac.
Hey, Alexander isn't doing anything.
Has gone awry. Still, there's naught to be gained from starting at shadows. You can only do what can be done, and that but one thing at a time.
Alright. So that was the woman who tamed Y'shtola. I had a distinct feeling of being grabbed by the scruff of the neck and having nonsense taken out of me. When Alphinaud is back, I'd like to visit again, ask her what tales she has of grandfather. I can almost hear what Maximum has to tell us, but it can't be bad news, can it? Least would have said otherwise. Unless, there's no speculation. Least said she notified the guards of our coming, so we head straight to the palace gates at Alamegan Quarter. I'll be praying for good news. Learn what you can about Alphinaud's plight, and leave the search for the friend's lost souls to us. Yeah. Okay, bye. Okay, so Alamegan Quarter. I don't know if this is the part where I do the duty or if it's just like a couple moments later. Because there's another duty with this, and then of course oh wait, yeah, there's a duty and there's of course a dungeon at the end. Greetings, Science. The commander told us to expect you. Shall I show you in? I actually kind of forget how fast-paced this might go. Because I know there's the war aspect. And then Alphinaud has to get taken. Then Alizé has to get taken. Spoilers, but they get taken. And then there's two quests for...
I'm sorry to drag you halfway across the realm, but when Maxima mentioned Alphinaud, I thought you'd want to hear the news in person.
Ah, we meet again. Though I was hoping our reunion would be under more auspicious circumstances.
What happened to my brother? Where is Alphinaud?
He's fine.
Never fear, my lady. Your brother was in fine health when I took my leave of him, and I have no reason to assume that has changed.
Yet.
You assume?
If you will allow me, I shall endeavor to explain events. Our troubles began not long after we departed Doma. While crossing the burn, we were fired upon by the Emperor's personal guard and forced to make an emergency landing. As we stumbled from the wreckage, our attackers fell upon us again, and we would have perished there and then were it not for the intercession of a third party, a band of mercenaries whose leader claimed to pursue a vendetta against the Ascians. This shadow hunter, as he styled himself, then escorted us out of the wastes to relative safety. Upon arriving back in civilization, I gathered my Populares colleagues and prepared to flee the Empire. Master Alphinaud, however, declined the invitation to join us, preferring to continue his investigation into the Ascian threat.
Well, at least he's not lying in a heap in the burn.
At least he ain't dead. Yet.
Tell us more about these Ascian hunters. Who are they? And is Alphinaud still with them?
He is. As to who they are, I'm afraid I have nothing to tell you. Beyond the fact that they root out and destroy Ascians, they were unwilling to divulge anything which might serve to identify them.
Unless you're
They would not even reveal their next destination. But Master Alphinaud asked to accompany them all the same. Since parting company with your brother, we've been engaged in a game of cat and mouse with the Emperor's guard.
Garleans do you know that might have a vendetta against the Ascians?
Finding the army busy restoring order wherever we went, until we finally arrived here in Alamigo. I cannot thank Commander Aldin enough for giving us such an unexpectedly warm welcome.
I'm not inclined to turn away refugees, no matter which land they call home. And if they can tell me how things lie in Garlemald, all the better.
On that subject, there is much I would tell you. During the course of our journey, we heard tales that an entire rebel army had been slaughtered in the space of a single night. It would seem my former comrades grew tired of putting down uprisings in the conventional manner, and chose instead to bring a formidable new weapon to bear. Details were sparse, but the rumor alone was enough to dampen the flames of rebellion. I have also heard reports that several companies have withdrawn from their designated provinces and begun marching westward. It is my assessment that the Empire's forces are mobilizing for a large-scale military engagement.
They're going to attack us.
Westward? You mean they're getting ready to invade Alamego?
We knew this was coming, but not that it would be so soon.
We've barely even begun to shore up our defenses. They won't stop an invading army.
No, they won't. Dispatch messengers to the Alliance leadership requesting reinforcements, and send word to our officers in the field to hasten completion of those border fortifications. Prepare to meet the Imperials head on! No matter how quickly we act, we still want for time. When the enemy comes into view, our best recourse will be to open negotiations with their commander, and see that the ensuing proceedings take as long as possible.
Would you and Alize head to Doma and let Lord Hien know about this? I'm sure he'll want to hear about Alphino too.
Oh god, I forgot about going back to Doma. I guess I have to go back to Doma again.
We'll send word when...
Oh no, headaches again.
Untold sorrow must be changed.
And it's happening again.
Ahead looms a calamity. Eon become instant. Throw wide the gates.
You heard it too.
Okay, yeah, now I remember the progression.
Well, at least we're both still standing.
Oh, thank the gods. I thought we'd lost you for a moment there. Why does this keep happening?
I wish I knew. Nothing we've tried has brought us any closer to an answer. We'll keep working on it. But first, we need to go and see Lord Hien.
Yeah, we gotta go see Lord Hien so we can see how fucked this next part's kind of going to be for Alice. So Alphino is safe, for the present at least. Now we all need to worry about his full-scale Imperial invasion. I'm actually glad that at least tasked us with visiting Lord Hien. Better dashing from place to place and sitting around stewing over things we can't change. To the Enclave! Yep, to a Dome and Enclave. I see you're hiding from Lord Hien. May I show you in? Yes. Greetings, my friends. I was just discussing future endeavors with members of our newly formed alliance. The Code in the Confederacy you already know is the own strength of arms are one is cooperation for the steppe of tribes. We've also joined our neighbors in Noxia and the indomitable city of Dalmasca, though scattered natured latter's resistance will somewhat delay their official induction. You can tell which one's fucking the Damascan just by clothing. These proud people have united on a single purpose, stand against the tyranny of the Garlean Empire. I'm glad to see the alliance coming together swiftly. As things stand, we shall soon need your strength. The Empire is marching westward. I thank you for bringing news of Alphino. His fate is never far from my thoughts, and only because of our emissary. As this is sudden deployment of Imperial forces, I agree that Alamego will be wise to shore up borders with all haste. Every report received from the Shinobi indicates massing of troops in the western provinces. It seems all but certain the Empire is poised to bring its fist down upon Eorzea. And I'll just help deflect that blow. I can't risk any reinforcements yet, but we remain vulnerable to airborne assault until the wall in the burn is placed. The all-important Allegan energy barrier. The energy barrier, yes, though I call it something more auspicious. For a name that is drawn from a four lords of legend, perhaps Serious Aegis, or something like such, just a thought. The Ironworks engineer report they have finished calibrating generators and ready to proceed to the testing stage. Have you come to attend the first test? We've seen the field which protected Al-Shah firsthand. It would be interesting to see how we think in ours compares. Fine. I will too come if you don't mind, though I'm no Yashala, I might be able to offer some insight. Ah, of course, time being the essence, the best to make directly for the burn. Yugira, I'll leave you and Hakuro to bring the War Council to a close. Understood, your mounts are saddled and ready, my lord. Beware of the storms. We'll cross the burn by Yol and Falcon, join me of the overlook near the House of the Fierce. Yes. Wait. Fierce. I need to pop something up. I want to check something. Check something. Check something. Wait. Okay, overlook is up here. Upwards we go. To the north, and it's by the same opening, right? Yeah. Give the word when you're ready and we'll take wing. Yeah, we'll head to the burn. There we go. Oh well, there's only 5 of these and we're at the almost the halfway point. Though there's still more to this bullshit.
It seems the engineers have matters well in hand.
I mean, this quest itself is going to be a while.
Should the barrier work as we intend, Doma will be free to reinforce her allies in Alamigo without fear of weakening her own borders. Honored friends, the time has come to put your hard work to the test. Start the generator.
Mm-hmm. Wow. It's sparkly. Shit!
Node 1 is operational. Nodes 2 to 8 are reporting similar energy levels. The barrier is forming. $1,000 yards. 2,000. 3,000. Expansion remains smooth. No fluctuations detected. $4,000. 5,000. Target altitude reached. The barrier is holding steady at 5,000 yards. We've done it.
We do it.
Is that an Imperial airship? Of all the rotten timing.
It's
But
fine.
this is a gift, Mistress Alize. They can test our new wall for us.
Boing.
Seems solid enough, though I was hoping for a fireball.
By the gods, it's Alphino. What are you? Let me go! He has my brother!
Lower the barrier!
Lowering barrier. I too must run.
Be at ease, girl. The lad is not dead, merely locked in slumber.
No, not him too.
We could identify no cause and found no remedy. Thus I sought to return him to Doma, and into the arms of Lord Hien himself, it would seem. It is a day for fated reunions. Would you not agree, adventurer? Or should I address you as the Warrior of Light?
There's only so many people it could be. Gaius.
Aye. Gaius van Baelsar, the Black Wolf. That was the title I was given. One I have long
No
since
longer
relinquished.
voiced by Richard Epcar. No longer talking about such devastation.
Stand down. The legatus of the 14th Imperial Legion died in Castrum Meridianum. I am no more than Gaius Baelsar, a man without rank or allegiance.
Impossible. There's no way you could have survived.
Do you remember how it unfolded? How I was deceived by La Habrea? How I was convinced that reviving the Ultima weapon would allow me to bring peace to Eorzea? The Ascian used me, as he used so many others, all to further the restoration of his wretched god.
Yeah, okay,
Yet
yeah, I
even with
run
the
that
might of
nearly
Alec at
daily.
my command,
Yeah.
you bested me. And as the Praetorium went up in flames, I was content to burn along with it. For a moment, at least. A moment of folly. To surrender my life thus would have been to betray all who died for my cause. It was for them that I dragged myself free of the rubble, and swore vengeance on the Ascians. The Black Wolf has shed his pelt, never to return to Garlemald or her legions. I live now only to exact revenge.
And to also be in a storyline about Gundams.
My principal
But,
quarry
that's
was
fine.
to be La Habrea, whom I gather you have since ushered unto oblivion. But so many more remain. Long as their kind lurked in the shadows, laboring to sow chaos throughout our world, I would see each and every one dragged into the light and put to the sword. Are the Scions not of like mind?
In this single respect, perhaps.
But at this point in time,
Then
she's
I
the
shall
only side.
continue
Well,
the
sorry,
partnership the boy
Cryo.
began, and share what intelligence I have acquired. Among the Ascians, the black-masked ilk are subordinate to those who wear red. This you already know.
Yet among the Red there exists a hierarchy. Those set adrift with the shards clearly stand below those still joined to the source. Nabriales, who once dared to intrude upon the Rising Stones, belonged to the former group, and while he was indeed a dangerous foe, his powers were inconsequential next to the paragons of the Source. The first was La Hebrea, who plagues us no more. There is also the white-robed Elidibus, and the elusive Emmet Selk, about whom little is known.
We have files on La Hebrea and Elidibus, but I believe this Emmet Selk is new to us? As I assume my brother told you, we have evidence to suggest that an Ascian now walks in the body of the Crown Prince. Have you identified this interloper?
Elidibus seems the most likely culprit. As emissary, it is his role to maintain the equilibrium between darkness and light. Your many deeds in Heideland's name have upset the balance, and I believe he seeks to restore it by throwing his considerable power behind the Empire. As a leader of the Ascians, he is one of our primary targets. It was on the trail of this very prey that the boy and I came across the scene of a failed uprising. In the absence of a single Garlean casualty, we inspected the bodies of the rebels, and the lack of any external injury drew my immediate attention.
Eh?
They had been slain by Black Rose, an alchemical invention of the Imperial Army. When I yet served as legatus, I ordered its production halted, and all stockpiles destroyed. Toxic gas is not a tool of conquest, but of extermination.
Toxic gas? This must be the new weapon Maxima warned us about. Something deadly enough to sweep away all resistance in a matter of hours. Gods. You don't think they're planning to use this in Alamigo, do you?
Probably.
Put your fears to rest. We infiltrated the production facility and destroyed all existing stores of the chemical along with the plant itself. Even should they rebuild the operation, they will not soon manufacture another batch.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's fine.
Regardless, I would draw your attention to a directive we discovered in the plant's records. The document was marked with a recent date and authorized with the signature of one Zeno Galvas.
A dead man signing the death warrant for thousands. 'Tis bad comedy.
But the tale does not end there. Within that same facility was a chamber filled with devices of elegant design. Cloning technology, we realized. And what should we find in each and every incubator? But a young Emperor Solus.
Dum bum bum.
All of which prompts the question, were the Ascians responsible for these abominations, or was it the will of the Emperor? I must know which hand guides the Empire. Though I have given up my rank, I am yet a son of Garlemald, and I will fight for the future of my homeland.
But everything you fight for was built on a lie.
It is time I return to the hunting of shadows. We should focus on our
I mean, granted, nobody knows that at this point,
to reopen
but
old quarrels now would
you know,
serve no purpose.
It's fine. Daijo.
You saved my brother's life, so I'm willing to let sleeping dogs lie. But in truth, it's not my decision to make.
You're right, there's more important things in hand.
There was a time when I scorned those who placed their faith in false gods. Even as I, In my blinkered conviction, place mine in Ascian promises. Unlike yours, my strength of will and my restraint was found wanting. We shall meet again, warrior of light.
And we'll do some cool shit with Gundams.
So that was the infamous Black Wolf. An unexpected ally, to say the least.
I could have thought that we'd do a duty with Alpha Node?
Well, I am content to leave the fine-tuning of the barrier to cleverer minds. Let us bid our friends from the Ironworks farewell, and see what can be done for Alphino back in Dorma.
Unless... Oh, maybe it's the quest after this. You do that duty, and then we go into the thing. Hold on, let me check. Because I know there's a duty where you play as Alpha Node, in that opening part. No? Huh. Maybe they took that out? They were like, no. Wait, or maybe that was a part of a different thing? No, because we did Emissary of Dawn on... Oh, we kind of skipped that. Oh, we didn't do Emissary of Dawn. That's what I'm an idiot. I was like, wait, there's something else. And we're supposed to have seen Shadowhunter. Oops, I fucked that up. Oh well. So his physician does no outward sign of illness. Alpha is lost in sleep from which he cannot be awoken, just like the others. Well, it's fine. It's the exact same thing. It seems that in the lands of the Empire were not far away to escape that cursed voice. You share your frustration, Alice say, I do, but Alpha knows to return us alive and otherwise unharmed. All that remains is to find the means to wake him. Until then, you can but fulfill your duties as Scion, yours and your brother's both. You're right, of course. These arrangements are to be made in little time to make them. To business, my lord. Now that we know what Seryu's role works intended, we can expect reinforcements for Alamigo. You most certainly can. As promised, we'll send troops to bolster our allies in Eorzea without delay. Pray be aware, however, that they will not arrive without delay, save for some who bother to teleportation magics. The bulk of our forces may be transported by sea, a lengthy voyage which some small vessels favored by the Confederacy are ill-equipped. Accordingly, we have to enlist the assistance of Isolde and our trading company in finding suitable ships. As for navigating distance is questionable, we are in a happy position to be able to call upon those who plotted the corpse of my people's exodus to Eorzea. Beyond the preoccupant of ships, I think it's unlikely that Isolde and her friends will consent to any involvement in military operations. But I'm certain they'll afford Alphino a berth aboard one of the vessels. I shall have a Churican accompany him to every ilm of the way to the Rising Stones. You have my thanks, Lord Hien. Yep. Yagiri, I will go ahead of our friends to Alamigo, enlist all those capable of teleportation, and put them in disposal of Eorzean Alliance as soon as possible. They will form the vanguard. Yes, my lord. This is exactly what we hope for. Releasing the Alliance leaders will be glad we welcome their combined strength with ease. Meanwhile, at the Black Rose chemical plant,
Our supplies at Black Rose have been ruined, but the new plant is already under construction. We should have the first batch ready in time for the offensive, Your Radiance.
Sure.
See that you do.
and there's soulless.
Yes, the infamous Black Rose. If I recall correctly, Gaius did not much care for the invention. A ruthless and indiscriminate weapon indeed, this airborne poison. It seems you are capable of making decisions worthy of your bloodline.
With no gift for sorcery, we Garleans must look to Magitech to even the odds. If it spares the needless deaths of our soldiers and serves the cause of this empire, there is no method I would not employ.
Uh-huh.
How very noble of you. Truly, though, I must commend you for embracing your role as Emperor. You play the part of the determined ruler well. Sometimes even I catch myself believing.
He's such a shit.
A silent agent of death. Now that I think on it, Black Rose may well possess the perfect aspect. Slowly but surely, the deluge of light has worked upon the ether here in the source, and the gas should be most susceptible to its influence. Well, I shall leave you to your own devices. Go forth and bloody the land with your grand and glorious war.
While you do what, precisely?
Need you ask? I will be doing what all Ascians do.
Jerking off in the void?
I am well aware that your kind exists only to usher in the next calamity. But you seem oblivious to the harm your singular agenda causes to the Empire.
The empire I built.
You cannot have forgotten the events which followed your mortal demise. Our homeland was plunged into civil war for your failure to name a successor. The edifice you so carefully constructed was but a hair's breadth from collapse.
Are you truly so naive? You thought me oblivious to the consequences of a departure so painstakingly timed?
It was by design!
Imagine killing yourself to own
Well,
someone.
of course it was. Though I will admit the resulting panic exceeded even my wildest expectations. But how can you be surprised? Throwing the world into disarray was the very purpose for which this nation was, as you say, so carefully constructed. Now, if you have no further questions, I must be on my way. Since we may not meet again in this lifetime, it would be remiss of me not to offer a word or two of gratitude. I really must thank you for this surplus of vessels. I can mold any host into my own image, but having bodies tailor-made for me in this fashion is so much less tiresome.
Thank you for the rod of
dabbled
bodies.
in elegant cloning techniques, yes? It certainly is a compelling, not to mention entertaining, field of research. And of all the options available, you chose the founding father on whom to experiment. You have a twisted streak to you, Varus, like grandsire, like grandson, hey? If events play out as planned, this will become something of a family enterprise. You will be the capstone of this world, I the anchor and shard, and together we will give the lie to this star's fraudulent existence.
He's such a shit. I love every cutscene he's in. He's such a good villain and has a good design. Parlay on the front line. We must leave now to convene with Eorzea's leaders. It may be some time before I return to Doma. Hakuro, I leave you in command. My lord. I will assemble any advance party with the haste and join you in Alamigo forthwith. I will just read word from Elise. The the Alliance has been established a base camp near Alamigo's northeastern border. Once we've arrived in Locks, we'll report a resistance officer standing in Porta Pretoria and will point us in the right direction. Let us not keep them waiting. Oh my god. Everything leading up to this is... I forget how much just like 4.4 leading into 4.5 and everything about that is just like, yo, let's go. Let's start going. Like, you still don't have... I mean, at this point in the story, like, real life, we knew Shadowbringers was happening, and we didn't have much of a concept of where we were going or things like that. Everybody thought was like it was to the future, and we saw parts of the opening cutscene, but not all of them.
Welcome back, you two. Greetings, Lord Hien. Glad you could join us.
Oh god, I started feeling hungry again. Damn
Glad
it.
to be here. I would have come sooner, where our own defense is not in question, but I am pleased to report that our soldiers are assembling for deployment to Alamigo as we speak.
We're grateful for your support. Thanks to the efforts of our allies, it won't be long before we've established defensive positions on this front as well.
We have some good news too. Alphino has come back to us. As for the bad news,
He's been afflicted with the same shit.
So, Alphino won't wake up, Gaius van Baelsar is alive and hunting Ascians, and the Empire is planning to poison us all with toxic gas. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
Ordinarily, any one of those things would have left me in shock. But the way things have been lately, it's all starting to seem pretty normal. Getting back to your report, are we sure this Black Rose is the weapon Maxima was talking about?
Pretty sure.
It fits the description. And it seems we have Alphino to thank for sparing us an early demonstration of its effectiveness. I have a feeling this won't be the last time his bravery in the Empire will serve us here in Eorzea. The threat of an unknown weapon has had us all on edge. But now that we know what we're dealing with, we can take steps to defend against it.
Yep. Yes.
As for Gaius, I'm not sure what to think. Am I happy he's alive? Not in the slightest. Am I happy he's hunting Ascians? Aye. I'd have to say I am.
Yeah, he's taking care of our own problems.
Oh, speaking of Garleans you didn't expect to see, we have a tale of our own, as it happens. When we sent envoys to the Imperial Army to request talks, they returned with the message that Barissos Galvus would be attending.
Just the Emperor. The Emperor's just gonna sit here.
The Emperor himself. Well, Varus did sanction the Popularis peace mission. But knowing that an Ascian walks in his son's skin, I do not see how we can trust him or anyone from that nest of vipers.
The Alliance would proceed with negotiations regardless, if only to give ourselves more time to prepare. We do, however, require your cooperation.
Right. Yes. So, as a condition for the talks to go forward, the Empire has requested that a member of the Scions be present. There'll be a representative from each Alliance nation, of course, but I'm afraid we have to ask that you come along too.
Yeah, I mean, there's only really... Krau's busy, and that only leaves Alize.
God, Lise. You know how much I hate politics. But then...
Out of context. Fucking Alize speaking truth to power.
Very well. I shall attend as the Scion's representative.
Oh, good. Now I don't have to join.
In case you're wondering why I didn't ask you, the Empire also requested the presence of Eorzea's champion.
Well, shit. I'm not fond of politics either. It's just been getting boring. I like
Oh, you're not, are you? Come on, if Alize can put on a brave face, then so can you. Now, we don't know what Varys means to bring to the table, or why he wants you there, but having you close at hand should make all the difference.
What if he's going to poison us all there?
The meeting will take place on the border. Anticipating an early assault, we mean to position the bulk of our forces nearby.
The Alliance leaders should already be on their way. Once you're ready, we can head out and join them.
All right, don't suppose to keep polite to keep the Emperor. Would you like to parlay with the Emperor? Would you like to see what the fuck will happen? We're in a tent. So, wait. Okay, but I'll say, where's Captain America? Oh, there's Captain America. All right.
Esteemed representatives of the Eorzean Alliance, on behalf of the Garlean Empire, I thank you for inviting me here today. As this parley was convened at your request, I invite you to speak first.
Very well, Your Radiance. I, Nanimo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, should be pleased to oblige you.
It is time to use facts and logic.
As recent events in Alamigo and Doma have made plain, the subjugation and exploitation of neighboring nations is not a sustainable policy. Should this day end in war, you may very well defeat us, but you will never extinguish the people's desire for freedom. Though it may not be in our lifetime, there will be another revolution, another war, and the cycle will continue. Doma has entered into a concord with the nations of Eorzea, a partnership wherein we recognize one another as equals. Garlemald could be afforded similar treatment. You need only set aside your ambitions and join us in paving a path towards peace.
You will not win me over with sophistry, Your Grace. As you know only too well, this alliance lacks the strength to keep the peace within its own borders. Even now, your struggles with the Beastmen continue unabated. Divided, you sow this fertile soil with the seeds of your differences and reap naught but discord and chaos for your trouble. Eorzea must be united under one leader, one purpose. I would offer you both and bring an end to your strife.
With all due respect, Your Radiance, the only thing that you offered the people of Alamigo was fear and hopelessness.
The citizens of Dorma can also attest to the meager arms of Imperial rule. There is no purpose to be found in a life of oppression, each day more uncertain than the last.
Our people are willing to die for their freedom. A great many already have, and countless more will, if we don't put an end to this madness here and now.
Various response? A Varys' response? Fuck you.
We brought order and stability to your lives. This madness and bloodshed is of your own making. You broke the peace, not Garlemald.
You resisted.
Order. You kill our peoples, despoil our lands, take everything that is ours. And what? You expect us to lick the boot that grinds our faces into the dirt?
Yes. Good point, Ralbon. Good point.
I expect you to weigh the costs. To recognize that countless lives have been lost on both sides in pursuit of a greater good, and to not squander all we have achieved in a fit of petulance.
Your Radiance. I fear I can personally attest to the dangers of pursuing one's vision with such righteous fervor.
Okay,
For 1,000 years, the Holy See of Ishgard waged war with dragons. A 1,000 years of sacrifice, of sorrow and hate, in which we bathed in the blood of friend and foe alike. Had it gone on any longer, we may well have drowned. Yet we have chosen to raise ourselves out of this bloody spiral, and have since made peace with our former enemy.
So I understand. No doubt the dragons were more receptive to your overtures in the wake of their leader's demise.
It's like, you killed their leader, dude. So of course they would be happy. But I mean, it's only one leader.
You speak of peace,
and
yet
not
use
multiple.
war to achieve it. Your father would not have bothered to obscure his intent with honeyed words. He understood that strength is all that matters in the end.
Every time Varys counters with something. Oh. Are you going to say something, Merrill?
Without his clarity of vision, I can but wonder what will become of Ishgard and her people. There was a time when Garlemald too lacked a leader of conviction. Weak and unable to wield magic, we were at the mercy of the strong from whom we sought refuge in the bitter cold of the north. Were it not for the discovery of ceruleum and the subsequent development of Magitech, we might never have gained the power to take back that which was rightfully ours.
Oh. Here's the whole thing of Garly and Garlemald is made of people who can't wield magic. So fucking
You speak
pity
as
us.
if your people were the first to have been driven from their homes. Limsa Lominsa was built by wayward souls in search of a place to call their own.
Yeah!
On the shores of Vilbrand we found it. And from those humble beginnings did we grow and flourish. And all without robbing our neighbors of their liberty.
You're a nation of pirates! Shut the fuck up! You're a nation of pirates! Holy shit!
So saith the pirate.
Yep.
Am I to believe that
Oh,
you simply
Merrick.
asked the
Oh, we didn't
kobolds to
invade
yield up
anybody.
their
You
lands
stole
and that
their
they
shit.
were happy to oblige you? That you did not drive them out like rats in the hold of one of the many ships seized by your privateers?
Yeah, you get to not talk. Shit.
I will concede that after centuries of exile, reclamation may be mistaken for invasion. Nevertheless, it is not. And those who till stolen soil have no right to object when cast out in turn.
Okay, what are you gonna say, Elder CC?
Your uncompromising nature rivals that of the Ixal.
Oh, okay,
They
now.
too lament circumstances which they themselves perpetuate. Were they but to embrace peace, we would welcome them with open arms. Indeed, some few have done just that, and now receive of the 12's Wood's bounty.
Yeah, but they're dirty
Would
beastmen.
that
I mean,
your
wait, what?
people might learn from their example.
You dare compare us to the Birdmen? You who thought to invoke the 12 and threaten all of creation?
Meteor was dropping. Dalamoon was dropping.
I came here in the hope of finding some speck of common ground, but I see now these discussions will accomplish nothing.
I haven't said
Despite
shit.
what you people may believe, I am not wont to choose the sword over the olive branch. 'Tis but a pity men are loath to accept one without first being shown the other.
Wait! I beg you. This meeting was supposed to be a chance to find a way forward together, not to bemoan the missteps which brought us here. Please. If you truly consider violence a last resort, there must be a way we can come to an agreement.
As Mistress Alize says, we did not come here to bicker over the past, but to discuss how we might strive towards a brighter future.
So
Emperor Varys, may I suggest a short recess, that all present might compose themselves prior to beginning anew?
We need to regather. He owned us. He owned us for facts and logic.
Very well. I pray this intermission will suffice to move these talks in a more constructive direction.
That was a. I don't know. I don't even know. I mean, they're all Europeans. Okay, so we did a cutscene. Now we get to take a break, so we can talk to Alize. Phew, that really is not my forte. After his rating his little performance, all I could do not to swear at him. I honestly don't know how I ended up playing the mediator. I just asked myself what Alpha Node would have done and tried my best to do the same, and by some miracle it worked. But there's really no common ground to be found with that man, nor do I think he'd look for any. So the question becomes, what did he come here to do? Because you may be certain it wasn't to make peace. Whatever it is, I can't make it out. Not yet. At least, we do have a little time before Parley is due to reconvene, though. So why not consulting our illustrious leaders? Mayhap they have some insight? Alright, Marib. I'll say saying for Varys, he's well versed in Eorzean history. His interest in affairs as a beastman in its prey, the conqueror would know his enemy. All should know their enemies, and yet there's so much more we do not know about the Empire. Then it's out to us to change that. We should learn more about the history. Ask the Emperor himself, and maybe there's some wisdom in that. If we could skirt around the storm of displeasure, we might yet come to answers, even if it does mean sailing close to the wind. 12 have mercy, but for Lady Alize's timely interjection, we might as well have have to come to blows at the negotiating table. Not that Emperor Varys left us a great many options, an unconditional surrender is all he would accept, do you think? Ere he arrived, I would say yes, but hearing him speak, can I help to think that he's come with some other end in mind? Exactly, he's building up to something, I know it. How shall we approach the rest of the party? Have you anything to suggest? Well, we need to Varys to explain himself. I believe he's more apt to reveal the truth if we put him at ease. Mayhap you're right. Thank you. What about you, Lord Hien? Parley was never like to bring peace, but I had hoped to learn something to improve various relationship with the Ascians. And yet here we are. If he isn't in league with them, is not to volunteer for that fact, nor is he not, must we care position for their presence. If we broach this particular subject, we need not to be subtle. Would that I know the man, I would like to indulge me. Lord Hien, what you received an imperial education, did you not? Is it true that Emperor's will is considered absolute? There's no high authority in all the Garlemald, nor else in the heavens to come that. Veneration of the gods is forbidden, and the only worship permitted being that is Radiant's own person. That sounds more like a religion. I share your disdain for the hypocrisy, even as is disintegrate the idea of faith. They were revered their leader with fervor, that other reserved for the divine. 'Tis a common flaw that most of the doctrine fed us, logical on the surface perhaps, but contradictory upon closer examination. I wonder if a discussion of various discrepancies might prompt various to reveal something else. You spoken to everyone? Good. Let's do this again. Let's take two. Bring him back to the table. We have our own strategy going now.
Who would have the floor?
Before we resume, I wish to offer you an apology. After you graciously accepted our invitation to discuss an armistice, we have done naught but rebuke you at every opportunity. I believe I speak for all of us when I say we are deeply sorry for our discourtesy.
I'll admit your familiarity with our affairs surprised me, and served to remind me how little I know of yours.
I think all here can understand the desire to reclaim one's homeland. But why expand further? That is my question.
If I may, the answer can be found in the Imperial doctrine they took great pains to impart to my people. Recognizing the threat icons posed to the world, Solus Zos Galvus decreed that they were to be eradicated. To this end, he began a campaign to unite all lands under the Garlean banner. Or so we were taught. Yet the Emperor only reached the burn, the Baron said to have been laid waste by icons, after conquering all the lands that lay between. What is more, I am quite certain the practice of summoning was not nearly so widespread in the days before the Empire's founding.
It's almost like it's lies.
When you put it like that, it all starts to sound like an excuse, doesn't it? But to distract from what? Why are you really waging this war?
I like the little moths.
Finally, you ask the right question. I can but hope you heed mine answer, and at last accept the righteousness of our cause. My goal is this: to return the world to the way it once was, the way it was always meant to be. In doing so, mankind will be made whole once more. No longer will we suffer from the dissension born of our differences.
Oh no.
There will be but one race, a perfect
no.
race, as we were when time
Oh
began.
no! Varys announces
What in
the Empire's goal is a race war.
I am talking about the origins of the star, of the source and its 13 reflections. At the instant of the great sundering, 'twas not only the world that was shattered, but mankind itself. Thus were we divided into myriad races, each with its own unique imperfections. That
race war.
is why
Race
man
war.
looks upon his neighbor and feels fear and hatred, why he wages war, why he kills his brother. You all in your own way have proven as much today.
The peace you seek is but a fleeting solution to a fundamental problem. One which calls for more drastic measures. To bring about everlasting peace, our worlds must be rejoined. That is the goal the Empire would see realized. The glorious future unto which we shall one day shepherd mankind.
A rejoining of worlds.
I have heard this tale of the Source and its reflections before.
Are these not the self-same desires as the Ascians?
Emperor Varys, do not trust in their words. They will lead you to your doom. My father thought to use them, but in the end he succumbed to their temptations. He embraced summoning like so many other pawns before him. Do not tell us you mean to do the same.
To be a pawn, free from the burden of choice, would be a blessing. But I forswore that privilege the day I learned that the Garlean Empire was built by the hand of an Ascian.
He just comes out and admits it.
What?
Now you, the player character, know.
Yes. My grandsire, the former emperor, is of their number. And who better to build an empire capable of bringing about the calamitous change we desire? Would you condemn me for this alliance? For bowing to the will of these shadowy masters, when the prize is true and lasting peace?
That comes from death and destruction because of how fucking rejoining fucking works? Your price is a lot, you master demons.
I come not to conquer, but to liberate. To free man from the prison of divergence. Imagine a world united. One perfect race beneath a single standard.
Hitler. Is this Hitler again? Put on a little stash, man.
Before whose might these servants of darkness and light would fly as leaves in a storm, never again to meddle in man's affairs. We would be the masters of our own fate. I bid you join me. Not as subjects of Garlemald, but of a new nation. And together we shall win freedom for ourselves and generations yet unborn.
But it requires people to die.
You want to trigger another half-dozen calamities? You can't be serious!
Have you forgotten how many died? There will be no one left.
Yeah, it's insanity.
You truly imagine we would aid you in your bloodletting?
It is unthinkable, unconscionable.
And what is the alternative? To be as cattle waiting for slaughter? I would have us work together, that we might take fate into our own hands.
Into your hands, perhaps. But what of the other worlds, your radiance? With every calamity, you obliterate a star and every soul that dwells on it.
To the Ascians, we are all but tiny, momentary specks within an indifferent universe. We cannot hope to oppose them until we have been made whole once more.
Are these truly the words of Garlemald's ruler? The flaws and foibles which you so abhor are what make us who we are. Every nation, even yours, Emperor Varys, is made whole through the combination of these imperfections, the strengths of one compensating for the weaknesses of another. While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others, fostering community and cooperation. That the protector of an empire should not only reject these fundamental truths, but seek to change them at so dear a cost to life is indefensible. Such a man is not fit to govern.
And you, warrior of light, would you refuse me as well?
There is no fucking off. We can defeat the Assassins as we are. I mean, not really. There's actually a thing that prevents us from doing that, but let's ignore that for now.
The Alliance is of one mind on this matter.
You Eorzeans never cease to disappoint me. Though I suppose I have only myself to blame for expecting more from savages.
Savages.
This discussion is at an end. I bid you make ready for our next meeting. It will not be at the negotiating table.
It will be on the battlefield. Okay, cool. I came back to find Doma's advance of the party ready and waiting for battle, so worrying little chance to have did buy us enough time. The face of war. Everybody's getting ready for the big war.
I'm not sure what I was expecting from our meeting with the Emperor, but it wasn't that. Still, at least we know now what he's really after.
He's after the deaths of everyone.
Aye, a future built on a mountain of bodies. I too want the Ascians dead, but not at any cost.
The last of the reinforcements from Doma arrived not long ago. I pray it will be enough. Given the Emperor's stated goal, this is a battle we can ill afford to lose.
Yep, ill afford.
If the Garleans come in force, we may not have much say in the matter, even with our combined strength.
We knew from the first that the odds would be against us. But if there is even the slightest chance of victory, we must do everything in our power to seize it.
Yep.
We must seize it, full stop.
We must do a dungeon. That's fine. I did it enough times at the end of Stormblood to kind of, you know, allow me to do other things, but yeah.
The two of you are to join an irregular unit and support the main host. I won't bother asking if you're minded to fight.
After coming this far, how could I not? And for once, there's no one around to count 'em on me. Not that they would. Not even my brother. But we all know who really make the difference. Ready to frighten some Garleans?
Yeah! You mean kill, right? It's time to kill them.
Side.
Might I ask you to accompany the Dorman contingent? They are strangers here, and your presence would do much to raise their spirits.
We would be honored.
When our people stride out with you in their midst, I dare say the Eorzeans will feel an ilm taller themselves. High spirits
Hello,
are way
Nika.
of spreading.
There's no Kiryu. I mean,
What I
Majima in
wouldn't
this.
give to join you. But
Sadly.
my duties as field commander will not allow it. I'll leave the front lines in your capable hands. Comrades, ready your arms. The hour of battle has come. May the crystal guide us to victory!
Yar! Everybody ready to fight. Let's go to war. Yeah, war.
Since the others couldn't be here, we'll have to fight twice as hard. If Alphinaud wakes to find the Imperials have won, I shall never hear the end of it. It's strange. I thought I would be terrified when the fighting started.
But I'm calm.
I should be terrified. But with you at our side, I can't help feeling everything is going to be all right. So please, don't you dare leave me alone.
Massive red flags. Massive red flags.
No matter what happens, we have to survive together.
And this is where the words, the whatever, the world, whatever. The Gimlet Dark. Yeah. Which is the last of all of these. Alright, time to wait. Also, I should put my, my shit up. The last dungeon of Stormblood. We're going to go to World War I trench. Also, this place is where, of course, you come back for all, like, the weapon shit. At least a couple of the weapon stuff. Which you can see on my channel. But now we have to at least kill, like, 5 minutes. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 da, do, 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 do. What? Oh wait, I just saw some stupid article. I needed to look at it. Eh. How long? Okay, we got... Hey, all we're looking for is a healer. That should come soon enough. Come on. Come on. I shouldn't build that up. Huh? Oh, I thought I saw something. I did not. Wow, 2 DPS left. Come on! It said less than 5 minutes. It's been 4 minutes. You should have popped up, please. I hate when I have to rely upon randoms. Give me. Give me. Give me. Give me. Give me. Give me. Wait, do I have any other class that's near? Scholar is at 60, the next highest is 65 for Dancer. I couldn't just tackle this with a non-max class. I could tackle this as a white mage, but I kind of don't want to. I've never touched Astrologian on this. Look at this. Like, I hit 30 with that, 15 as an archer. Never made it a bard. Oh, and 46 is blue mage, but blue mage just don't count. You know, maybe I should finally take the chance and opportunity to change my PSN name. At some point, just because. That way I can just stop being the old one with numbers and maybe be more towards the VT stuff. VT stands for VTuber. Okay, it's been 6 minutes and you still say less than 5 game. What the hell? Give me into the dark. Give me dark. On top of that, if I do it in white mage, I haven't touched white mage in such a long time that it would not be worth it. Come on. Come on, show up. Go. Do that Julin or whatever, however the noun, however it's supposed to sound. Hey, Frost. It really helps that I'm currently like waiting on cues to pop so I can instantly see when a person says something in chat. We gotta go fight a battle to stop a race war. Because Varys has basically stated that he wants everything to be one race. And that's Varys' goal, the Emperor of the Empire's goal. And it only shows up like 1 or 2 more times past this point. Jesus, it's 8 minutes. It said less than 5. Now it says average wait time 8 minutes. Because it finally updated. Game. Let me see. What's my gear look like? I mean, it's all a bunch of ass. Yeah, it's all a bunch of regular gear. Can I remember how that's cure. Cure 2. Regen. What was cure 3 was the big cure. I have Medica on this one, Medica on this one. That's the barrier. That's the cool thing. I'm trying to remember. Telemigration is an oh shit. What's the biggest oh shit? I forget. Benediction. Big oh shit. Okay, that's on the top. Stone. Okay, guys. I forgot a lot of what this is. Holy. I'm trying to figure out whether or not I should just run in like this. Just do a heal or... But I feel like it will still be a stupid thing. Wait, do I even get the Blood Lily at this point? Okay, Secret of Lily adds a Lily for healing gauge every 30 seconds. Okay, that ain't what I'm looking for. Where's the Blood Lily? Oh, that's 74. That sucks. Oh, wait, hold on. It finally popped. Hold on. No, it wasn't that. It was this. There you go. Finally. The Gimlet Dark. War. Da, 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 da.
Forward! Forward!
Okay, if I remember how to do this. I kind of remember some of this fight. Also, it seems like there was a new person, so I need to... I think there's only 2 pulls before this one, and then another... And then there's another 2 pulls. Remember, this is Final Fantasy. I mean, granted, magic tech has always been a part of Final Fantasy, so it's not that new of a concept. Oh wait, probably should do this. Whoops. I almost pressed the wrong button. Whoop. So I'm gonna give whatever new guy is here, I'm gonna wait until there's an explanation. Because one of these people is new. Bum bum. I shouldn't have done that yet. Oh well. It's fine. Easy boss. We made a pizza. I don't know what's oh yeah, that's the COE. Okay. Can I? No, I cannot. Not yet. Wait, did that marker just disappear for a second? Oh well. He's gonna use the tank buster soon. I feel like he should. Nope, couldn't get off that attack. Beat his ass too hard. Nope, and whoops. And nope. Dun, dun, dun. Bum, bum. War. There we go. didn't get my single target off. Oh well. Wait. Oh yeah, it's only these places. I do like the music here. It is the Stormblood theme mixed with like the Empire's theme. Well, actually, I guess it is the All-Omegan theme versus Stormblood. Mixed with Empire. Pass.
I shan't hold back!
Oh, it's Pippin. Pippin has made an appearance yet again. Fucking shulk. Oh, hey, it's the spider bot. Or scorpion bot. Sorry. It always seems to make an appearance. Alright, this fun boss. It's a freaking digger machine. It burrows into the ground. Bum 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 bum. I love this one. Actually, I think I love this dungeon. I think it has some of my favorite bosses. Yeah. Whoop. There he is. Oh shit, that was should have been the one that I buried under. Anyways, I should be using this. Ah. Oh wait, that one I can't do. Thought I could dodge that shit. Nope. Okay. Leaving again. Where is it coming in from? Oh shit. Yo, look at how much damage that does on DPS. It doesn't even one-shot, which actually I'm surprised. That should be an instant kill, nearly. Wait. Drill. Almost forgot. Almost forgot. Bow, 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 bow.
You underestimate me.
Oh look, the Elder Seatseer and Captain America.
Out of my way!
Oh hey, Lord Hian's here. Lord Hian's here so we can deal with this giant colossus. Oh no, my controller disconnected! Shit, shit, hold on. Wait. Okay, now it's back. It's like, oh shit. At least I didn't get hit by some stupid AoE. I might as well just deal with this thing right here now. This is like the third or fourth time we've had one of those stupid hexadrone tanks. Oh, it's the monkey ball. Pretty sure there's another set. I'm sure there was one more too.
As one!
Oh yeah, there it is. I knew there was something else. Oh yeah, and then another one. The fucking Ruby contest. It's also kind of nice because you do have like the members of the Alliance like actually fighting alongside you. And those are always neat as like concept. Like, oh yeah, here are these useless leaders. They're finally doing something for a change. Oh no, it's self-destructing.
Time to get serious.
Oh. And then Lise finally does one thing correctly. But hey, last boss of the dungeon. Gonna let the scene play out. It's the Emperor's guards, the two ladies. The savages bested our vanguard? Impressive. But in the end, they are only that, savages. Now let us be brief, his radiance awaits. guess she's pretty much done. Now we gotta deal with the other one. Wait, hold on. What? Oh, fuck, something hit me. I'm not sure what. Oh hey, and the release is back up. Let me just tap some of those out of the way. I'm not sure what that move is, so I'm gonna... Okay, that was an AoE. No, you don't. Okay, they're both at 0.1%. Okay, come on, do the thing. Oh no! Everybody's pretty much dead. I don't think it matters. Okay. This is gonna be fucked. Wait, in a release! Time to fail cleave. Fail cleave. Oh god. Oh god. The guy didn't fail LB. Holy fuck, that was actually close. Man, if only the... if only the DPS kind of fell limit break, that would have been better, but holy fucking shit. We have served our purpose. Come, we shall withdraw from now. And then they vanish. I don't know if they're also in the next bit. Yes! I'm just gonna move and move. There we go. It was fine. It was all fine. Everything went perfectly.
There you are, and none the worse for wear.
Yeah, we're totally winning this war.
Indeed. I had hoped we might do more to help, but there seems to be no one left to fight.
A tactical withdrawal, perhaps?
We should give chase. Finish them off while we have the chance. Imagine the other surprise when they wake to find the war already won.
Oh, no. Back to massive headaches again.
The light will expunge all life. Only you can forestall the calamity. Throw wide the gates.
No! 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 Not like...
And there goes Alice.
Oh no. Don't tell me. Are you all right?
Hey, remember those massive red flags, so don't leave me alone? Yeah, no.
Quickly! We must get her back to the encampment.
Turns out she left you alone. Raubon. Whoops. Oh no, okay, wait. So the Garleans have been routed, have they? Well done. Though it is exchanged no more than a test of our strength, it is like, they won't be taking any chances now the Emperor has joined the fray. They want to take their time, whittles down our defensive. Still, with your help, and that of the Eastern Allies, we passed the first test, our line is unbroken. As for Alice, well, she's in good hands over at the infirmary. My lord, the Cryogents have completed their examination of Mistress Alice, and it says we feared she's locked in slumber without any outward causes. It's just like the others. Damn it all. Aye, the Guardians picked a fine time to come knocking. 5 science incapacity, and with the enemy on a doorstep, I cannot spare the men to assist in the search for a cure. The best I can do is that Alice is escorted safely back to the Rising Stones. Yugiri and I will return to our encampment. Our main contingent of forces from the far east is under sail, and must be ready for their arrival. I'll not keep you waiting then. Judging by the Garland's recent movements or lack thereof, they won't be launching another offensive in the immediate future. You should return to the Rising Stones, given the plight of your fellow scions. I can understand you feel on edge, but you'll be no good to anyone without rest. The Faces of War. Wait, let's go here. It's time to finish out 5.5 or 4.5, and then move on to 4.55, which is only 2 quests. But they're going to be relatively long ones, because those are the end of this expansion. Hell, it might be another hour. Huh. It's fun. Quarry Boulder. Ah, Theresa. Welcome home. Word is it that Mistress Alice gave the Garlands quite a thrashing. Speaking of whom, where is Mistress Alice? It was certain she would return by now. Everybody's fucked. It's only me and you, Hori. And maybe Kryl, but that's about it. By the 12, not her too. Or Akka and I will ready the infirmary for her arrival. We also need to send messengers to Tartarus post haste. Would that I had something other than grim tidings to share with her. And with you too, for that matter. It grieves me to report the Archon's condition remains unchanged. As we speak, Colternet, Kryl, and Master Matoya continue to explore every possible avenue. Alas, their efforts have yet to bear fruit. But all is not lost. You are still hale and whole, after all. Though I suspect you must be tired from your journey. You should rest, my friend. Leave the worrying to us, for the time being at least. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace... Oh, wait, the border of Alamigo. Never mind. We're going there, and not of Imperial Palace. And then a couple of months passed. And then you get these last 2 quests before Shadowbringers. Ah, Theresa, yours is a welcome face indeed in his troubled times, though if you come to inquire about our stricken brothers and sisters, I'm afraid I have naught to report. Fortunet and the others have considered their tireless search for answers, and I too have done all my power to assist them, alas. My apologies for the intrusion. I was told Master Alphinaud had been brought here and wished to see if his condition has improved. Oh, it's Maxima. Ah, Mistress Theresa, I've heard about your part you played driving back the Empire's forces. Thank you that you were able to stop them. If only a short while gives me hope. I realize how strange words must be sound coming from a Garlean's lips, but I speak them out of love for my homeland because I wish to see an end to the bloodshed. That is why I chose to share all I know about with the Alliance, though I will be surely branded a traitor. I contend to bear the ignominy. 'Twill seem a small price to pay if it helps prevent the conflict from escalating even further. But enough prattling. The war has not brought me all this way. I came to see Master Alphinaud. An acquaintance of Theresa's and Alphinaud's, are you? Well, far be it from me to turn away good company. If you follow me, sir. There's a bang, bam, bam. Stop. When word reached me Alphinaud had returned, it seemed only right that I visit him. Poor lad, it pains me to see him like this, but I take solace in the knowledge that he's safe and well cared for. He fought violently in the burn. The Popularis would not have wished for a more committed ally. I know not why it came to be afflicted, but I pray a cure will be found soon. On the unrelated note, you might be interested to know that I traveled here in the company of another acquaintance of yours. He awaits my return in North Silverterre, and I would be glad to see you. I'm assuming you spared the time, that is. Wait, did you come with Gaius? Wait, that's the Solar. I'm not supposed to go that way. God, you can see the labyrinth from here. Oh man, pop in. Or is it Sid? I don't know. One of the two. Ah, there you are. I was beginning to think you would not come. Oh, okay, it's just Sid. It sounds like you've been through the mill. You should have called me. Though I must confess, tracking down missing souls isn't exactly within my field of expertise. As you may surmise, I've heard much of Master Garland growing up in Garlemald. Indeed, he has long been a source of inspiration for me. Most Garleans would say he's a traitor, that he turned his back on his country. We Popularis, however, consider him a revolutionary, a man willing to defy the Empire's dreams of subjugation. That his invention might be a better future to all mankind. Please, revolutionary is a term best reserved for my work. I am but an Imperial defector who thought to aid another Imperial defector. Whatever Master Garland says, I'm humbled to find myself in distinguished company. Speaking of distinguished company, we've heard from Raban that you ran into an old friend in the burn. Is it true? Gaius still lives? Like most in the army, I never had the privilege of seeing the Legatus without his mask. To think I walked halfway across the burn in the presence of the Black Wolf. And he claimed to have severed ties to the Empire to hunt Asians, did he? After his humbling at the Praetorium, one would think he had the good sense to stay dead. Should we meet again, I shall be sure to tell him. I think he does in the world stuff. Commander Aldin also spoke of the Alliance meeting with the Emperor, though I'm still able to believe that what he told us. Did his Radiance really claim that Garlemald was founded by the Asians? But this is madness. The very notion is absurd. Every fight in my being rails against it. And yet there seems no escaping from the truth. The very founding of my homeland, my brothers and sisters laid down their lives in service to a lie. The Asians must be stopped, to save my people, to save all peoples. For the Empire's many crimes, even I did not suspect. Had I known, I've left a lot sooner. Fuck. But that is all in the past. Here in the present, we must apply ourselves to the problem of how the Empire's ambitions may be thwarted. Not only in Eorzea, but in the Far East as well. The Ironworks will spare no effort to achieve that end. Serious Raw was a good start, but we can do more, and we will. I'll show them what it means to achieve freedom through technology. Begging pardons, I bear a mission for the Warrior of Light. Missive. Commander Aldine requesting presence of the Alliance Escorts in Alamigo. He would like to discuss matters of strategy at your earliest convenience. Ah, the inevitable messenger. I knew it wouldn't be long before duty called you away. Time to no doubt being of the essence. Could I tempt you to ride aboard the Excelsior? Is there a faster way to Raban's side? I'll personally apologize to the commander for keeping him waiting. There's teleportation. I could teleport there. That would be faster. Okay, I guess that wasn't as fast. I swear, every time you board my airship, you seem to be barreling headlong into danger. And every time you somehow contrive to emerge victorious. Which, of course, is admirable skill. But no one is invincible, Theresa. Not even you, so please take care of yourself. I pray you return safe on the front lines. Though ill-equipped to join the fray, I shall do my best to assist from headquarters. My colleagues have and I been tasked with evaluating casualties by air. See that you aren't among them, eh? A Requiem for Heroes. This is it. The last quest of Stormblood. It will be a long one. Commander Aldine is waiting, my lady. It would seem we proceed to Alliance headquarters at once. Are you ready? When you speak to Raban, a duty will commence. You hear it, good. I summon you to discuss strategy, but first I will apprise you of Garlean's movements. Upon speaking with Raban, several cutscenes was playing sequence, recommending that you set aside sufficient time to view these cutscenes. We are going in normal.
There have been several skirmishes along the border, but as yet neither side has delivered a decisive blow.
Mm-hmm. Go forward.
We had long assumed that the Garleans would overwhelm us in a straight fight, but we seem to be gaining ground, albeit slowly. As to why that might be, the most likely explanation is that they have yet to commit all their forces. Still, we're winning, and our latest intelligence suggests the Emperor has retreated back to Garlemald. In light of this, we're considering launching an offensive with the aim of pushing the front line forward and giving ourselves some room to breathe.
Commander! The Imperials! They've broken through our defenses to the east!
What?
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 Our scouts say their forces are being led by Lord Xenos. Lord Heian and Commander Hext have taken their troops to provide support, but we don't know how long they can hold out.
So,
actually, I should have done this as a samurai.
Waiting for his arrival, have they? Very well. Send word to our allies, requesting reinforcements for the front line. Should the worst come to the worst, I may need to enter the fray myself. But what of you? Do you still have the strength to fight?
Yes. You only need to say the word.
Much obliged. Given the choice, I'd take you over 100 soldiers.
Because I'm worth 100 soldiers. Pretty much. Oh, shit!
Why won't they open? Please. I bid you open.
What's wrong? Is it the voice again?
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure you're in a fit state to do this? May Ralga grant us strength.
I'll be fine.
Give 'em hell, lass. I, for my part, will defend this place to my dying breath.
Meanwhile, at the border of Alamigo and Roralt, whatever country that is, it's now time to play as Lord Hien.
Ready?
The Warrior of Light has left Alliance headquarters. Oh, it just killed those guys.
This one's for you, Ada.
Yeah, tuned it up with the light commands indomitable spirit. Shit! Alright, got hit into the wrong one. Damn, that heal is such a long heal. The Warrior of Light still nowhere in sight. Oh God. Come on. Heal. Okay, I did a big heal. What is this sorcery? I may now have a...
Here it comes.
Lise, no, what have you done?
The weave of a shinobi's power.
Okay, we gotta watch this cutscene.
The art of my forebears.
The Warrior of Light is but a few hundred yalms away. I like how it's just called the Warrior of Light's timely arrival. 96. 100. I should be coming up the corner. Need not waste my time on you. Yugiri!
Yugiri!
Damn you!
Everybody's been beaten.
Magic with a Garlean body. That's hardly fair. Still, he must be stopped, no matter the cost.
Ah, bringer of light. It has been too long.
It has.
No words to mark our reunion? So be it. Equilibrium must be restored. And only your death will redress the balance.
In the coming battle, you will fight as Theresa Wormhound. You mean myself? It's like, in the coming battle, you'll be playing as your character. Unlike what it is all the other times. Fuck you and your movement. I don't normally use that. But I feel like it was fine for that moment. Okay, I think this one I do have to be back. Yep.
Yeah.
you doing that bullshit again? Yeah, you're doing that bullshit again. Hate when you do that bullshit. The good thing I could just fucking unga the shit out of it. Oh, I can't do it that fast. Only hit 61. Arm's length is out of fucking. The thing that makes me not move backwards was off of cooldown. Oh, hey, look, fell cleaves. You wanted me to just ram your ass full of fell cleaves? Because that's what I'm doing right this second. Ramming your ass full of fell cleaves.
I see.
I did it! Xenos is dead once again. Or, kind of. I should have done that as a samurai. I do have a samurai at 80.
Your mother chose her champion well. Yet, for all your strength, you will still fail.
And headache.
Please, I beseech you.
Wrong time, wrong moment, Jesus Christ.
Ah, someone calls to you. Too late, alas.
At this moment in time, the Shadowbringers cutscene had been mostly shown. So, like, this is the kind of thing of, wait, it didn't play out just like the trailer played out? Why am I in space again?
At last, I found you. Please, there's no cause for alarm. Though, I confess, this is not where I had intended to meet. But the place of our meeting is of no consequence, like the war you wage. Win or lose, the path you walk leads only to oblivion. The better path leads you here, to me. I have need of your strength.
You have to send me back right now. I was about to get sliced.
The battle is over, the danger past, but your work is not yet done. Go to the Crystal Tower. I have left something for you near its base. It will serve as a beacon of sorts, one which I pray will help you on your journey. All you need do is find it. I will take care of the rest. Soon, we will throw wide the gates. And the path to the first will be yours to walk at last.
Oh, and also at this point in time, we knew where we were going with Xenos. Are you talking about, like... actually, where are you? Because did you finish Shadowbringers at least, or... Because I know there's at least a couple of hints of, oh, he's coming. He's coming.
You're awake. Thank heavens.
What happened? What happened? There, they just passed the dungeon with him at the end. Yeah, I mean, like, him being kind of
confrontation
alive.
with Xenos? You were the first to come to the aid of Mistress Lys and the others on the front line.
Yeah?
In the midst of your duel, it is said you faltered, and that the Crown Prince seized the opportunity to deliver a mortal blow. Yet before his blade could find its mark, he was distracted by the arrival of a second adversary who bore you away from the battlefield and into the hands of our chirurgeons.
That man's name? Albert Einstein.
Lest you wonder, he left before you awoke. As is his wont.
I think I'm... Oh, it was Estinian.
Estinian never was one for emotional farewells.
Yeah, it's kind of stupid that he merges with Shinryu after you do a battle because they needed that big climactic fight.
Though Xenos bested all before him, the battle clearly took its toll.
But
for he
I will sit
retreated
back and
shortly
say,
after your
at
rescue.
least beat
Seeing this, the
5.0,
remaining Imperial forces decided discretion
just
was
so
the
you
better
can
part of valor
see
and pulled back,
where they go.
allowing us to re-establish our position.
Because
We have
it
since
becomes
received
kind of
word
dumb.
Of renewed unrest
Even
in the provinces,
dumber.
doubtless inspired by the efforts of the Eorzean Alliance and our Far Eastern allies. Nor does the good news end there. We have also come into possession of intelligence suggesting unrest within the Imperial Court.
Yeah.
This would certainly explain why both the Emperor and Lord Xenos appear to have abandoned the fight. A long-awaited ray of hope in these dark times.
What of the Scions? They still slumbering? They still sleepy?
Yet to awake, I'm afraid. But please, concentrate on your own recovery for now. You have carried the hopes of some half-dozen nations, and we are all eternally grateful for your efforts. But no one is without their limits, not even you. Leave this fight to us, my friend. You have earned your rest. But before I forget, I was asked to deliver a message as soon as you awoke.
A message from who?
A reminder that you are not alone, though many of your allies have fallen. When you are well and rested, you are to return home, where friends will be waiting for you. Now, if you will excuse me, I must return to the front. May we meet again soon, under happier circumstances.
Sure. Alright, have a good night, Sean. I mean, we're right at the end, too. Oh, they just boarded me back to Ishgard. Well, this is a most unexpected surprise. I thought it can be confined to bed. Oh, hey, it's Edmund. Also, not at this point, but like a month ago, this guy's VA actually died. Like, seriously. He actually did a few other things. I forgot what he did. When I heard about you had collapsed at the field of battle, I confess I fear the worst. But with you standing here before me, I see that now that the reports of your defeat were greatly exaggerated. Thank the Fury. As long as we have you, Mistress Wormhelm, history suggests we have a fighting chance against the fighting chance. Speaking of fighting, you may be surprised to hear that the war's efforts have already been felt here, even in Ishgard, and anticipating we need reinforcements. Atorial will be soon departing for the front lines with a contingent of our finest knights. I didn't see that. I didn't actually see that part. Because the only thing I saw was, like, of course, the big, like, when Kintaro Muria died, like, the big, like, memorials in, like, Ul'dah, for him. I didn't see the one for Edmund, though. I would advise you to stay until your strength have returned, but I know it'd be an exercise in futility. But I wouldn't be surprised if they had vigils for him. Indeed, I suspect you already have decided on your next destination. Dark days lie ahead, and of that I have no doubt, but the light of hope shines ever guide our steps so long as we have the will to press onward. Press onward we must! Farewell, my friend. I pray our next meeting will be under happier circumstances. Return to the Rising Stones. Mr. had a big line players. Damn. As I said, I wouldn't doubt it. I just have like this moment of like, oh, like I did not see that when it happened. Oh hey, it's the Gunbreaker shit. That's the class things for the Gunbreaker. Hey, Tataru came back. And now now this entire place is filled with nobodies. And Hoary Boulder. Hoary Boulder is the only one that I can remember. Oh, and him too, I guess. Carlnet. Okay, go. Yeah.
By the 12! I don't believe it!
Gunbreaker's a really fun class. It is more offensive than I would like, but it's really fun, like, class doing combos and weaving and stuff like that.
I rushed back as soon as I could. I swear, my heart nearly stopped when I heard you'd collapsed like the others. What in heaven's name is going on?
It does. I feel like it has less utility, but it has so many, like,
Win
attacks.
or lose, the path you walk leads only to oblivion. Oh, well, that's helpful. And what else did he say? The better path leads to him? If his is the voice you've all been hearing, perhaps the others are with him. Sir Emmerich said the fighting had reached a stalemate, didn't he? But if that monster masquerading as Xenos comes back... Thancred, Yestola, Urianger, Alphino, Alize. You're going to need all of them on your side to defeat him.
Oh, jeez.
And I forbid you from going to face him on your own. Do you hear me?
Actually, I'll show off, like, how these bars are for myself, because Paladin is, like, the one that is full.
Bring them home.
Absolutely full. And I don't have everything on those bars. Because this is my main character. You can tell because I'm wearing the, or I've fashioned the chess piece from the second year
the
raid.
stranger had left a beacon for you at the Crystal Tower, right? But how are you to find it now that the tower has been sealed shut?
You said the base.
There has to be a way. If anyone would know, it's Sid and the
Oh,
researchers
God.
of St. Coinac's find.
I barely played a lot of Bard
Don't you
outside
worry.
of what I
We'll
did
find that
on my
beacon for you.
that side character. Like on this character, I only have it. It's the only one that I have still at Archer. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace. I like how we haven't really seen Varys, like, actually sit on the throne that often while being in here. He's always standing right down the steps.
I pray you have good reason for abandoning the front.
How could I remain there while the rumor that my son is possessed by a demon spreads like a sickness here at home? I will not be made to fight for the throne a second time. But what of you? Did you not tell me you would destroy Eorzea's champion with the ease that one might swat a fly?
Shut up!
A minor setback. She will not escape me again. Where is your grandsire? I would have words with him.
How should I know? Do you hide from each other's sight as well? I imagine he's doing what all Ascians do.
He must have found a way to take advantage of this turmoil.
Men are not pawns to be played with, Ascian. You underestimate us at your peril.
This war will not be decided by you and yours. Man must choose his own fate, and I, for my part, will do all within my power to see Garlemald emerge victorious.
Pray forgive the intrusion, Your Radiance, but the requested preparations are now complete.
Oh wait, they're going
We
to
stand ready to begin production of Black Rose upon your order.
Oh no! Do it. Execute it. This is a credit scene, right? I'm gonna play credits. I hate how long it takes sometimes. Especially when I'm staring at a black screen. Yeah. Skip the credits. Return to the Rising Stones. I know you'd be alright to celebrate your return. I made you this, a brand new traveling outfit. Oh, I do hope it fits. But I already have it, so it doesn't matter. But now the time fusses over your measurements. I must go and speak with the researcher at St. Coex Fine. You go and rest for a while. We track down that beacon. Meanwhile... I'm not sure if it's text or not.
My enemy.
Okay.
My friend. Had I been but a step faster.
Bloody savages!
No.
A pity your hunt leads you elsewhere. Not that I am surprised. May you find joy in it. Grow stronger, more savage, and savor every triumph. In the meantime, I will reclaim that which is rightfully mine.
In the midst of a requiem for heroes, a voice rings out across time and space. In fields of tranquil light, sow your seeds of darkness. Sow you seeds of darkness, never mind. I fucked up the line! I fucked up the line read! You have completed Stormblood Part 4, exiting New Game Plus mode. Ah, everybody's here! Ah, spoiler warnings! I do think that's kind of funny. But yeah, like, this is all of Warrior's abilities. Like, off of this and off of this. So I have spaces off of them. But, like, let's see. Gunbreaker. I don't have any room. But I have everything on my bars. Well, actually, almost everything on my bars, I think. I think the only thing I don't have on my bars is Arm's Reach. And that's also because I won't sprint on my bars. I need sprint on my bars. But that's my own fault. But here's Paladin. And there's almost even less on my bars. Let's see. Action and traits. I'm pretty sure what trait do I roll? Yeah, I think I have everything. And that's because, like, you have cover and you have intervention. Take all the damage intended for another party member. And intervention, which reduces party members' damage by 10%, which is what all tanks get as part of this part, but, like, this can only apply to another party member. It's kind of the same as, where is it? This button or the other one on Warrior? But it's like, God. I don't think I don't even have everything filled up on, I should move reprisal over here. Yeah, I only have like two other slots on that one. And that's with Dark Knight. Yeah, I like having sprint on there because it helps. So sprint is like a must-have. Like, there's a few that I feel like aren't as much have. Yeah, hey! We finished up with Stormblood. Now we get to do Shadowbringers. Also, I'm gonna be glad when this finally becomes more useful. Oh yeah, I could have just used this to do. Wait, shit. Oh, I can't do that because it's an attack. Never mind. Yep. Tank busters are the hardest part. Yeah. But that's like remembering what attacks are the thing. Let me see. Don't have much off of this. Let's see. Yeah, I still have room on Red Mage. And hell, I even have enough for the fucking, for that. I think White Mage is equally as filled up. Oh, wait, no. It just has this entire, I just have all of this right here. Because there are just certain abilities that I just don't care about. Like, Repose. I don't think I've ever had to use Repose. Actually, wait, I should have put Surecast on shit, but whoops. I keep on fucking this up. Yeah, I pretty much have this entire right side outside of Dancer like full up, but like Dancer's 65, and then I was working on recently Scholar. I'm trying to get it up. Yeah, it's like it hasn't been useful, and I don't understand. I really just kind of don't understand. But yeah, I guess next time will be new game plussing Shadowbringers. Let's see. Done all the Binding Coil, Alexander Omega needed. Crystal Tower, Shadow Mark, Return to Evilise, and Yorha, the Warring Triforce, and Sorrow of the World. Here do I have all my Hildebrand ones. I don't remember what this is, nor do I have the other one. Whoops. And then, of course, there's role quests. which are... What's even this part? The Carl... Oh, this is the quest line that you get after, doing everything. Because there's a giant quest line of doing all of that stuff. And dealing with, the guy from the 13th. Of course, I haven't done the Shadowbringers quest for any of this, because there's really not a reason. They're always just one quest at the very end. And of course, same thing with that. Of course, I don't have any of those quests done, and any of those quests done. Because fuck them! I never cared much for crafting. Anyways, we'll just log out, exit game. Shadowbringers next week. Shadowbringers. Yo, Shadowbringers. Damn. I mean, I've heard that it's easy, I just haven't had the time to really do it. Or I guess the desire or something like that. Yeah, I don't care. Yeah, those things I've heard that really help. Yeah. I guess from here on out, it's just gunning Shadowbringers and all of its main story and whatnot. Because I've already done the raids and stuff for that. Anyways. So I'm gonna pop up the schedule. So Sunday I put down Resident Evil Code Veronica, CV. For one of two reasons. I'm not sure if I'm going to do finish up 0 tomorrow or finish it up on Sunday. So 0 could be on Sunday and we go into CV, or it could be I do 0 tomorrow since it's only like half an hour. Either way, that's then. Dead Space will finish up on Monday. Tuesday, more Resident Evil Code Veronica. Dino Crisis on Wednesday. Thursday, Resident Evil, I don't know. It could be more Code Veronica. It could be Revelations. Friday, Shadowbringers. Shadowbringers. And of course, the week after that is wholeheartedly dependent upon whether or not I hit that stream goal. But at this point, I feel like I'm safe. We get to play good games and continue to play good games. Safe and confident. Competent. I'm confident in my competence. Let me see. I did Fox earlier in the week, didn't I? So I don't feel like just putting it to him. Because sometimes I like to do somebody new or somebody different. Geez, I'm not really sure. I did waifus earlier. I don't want to do Sonic game. You know what? Let's go to somebody new, I guess. Yeah. They're playing Monster Hunter World, so hopefully we can do this. Yeah. We'll just go visit Grape Chan. Gotta put myself out there to have more people look at me sometimes. Anyways, thank you for coming out tonight. Stay safe. I'll see you guys either Saturday or Sunday with finishing up Resident Evil 0. Have a great day or weekend or night or whatever.